from starting, so if you could please jump on to resolve and get yourself into the meeting, that would be great. Well, good morning everyone and welcome to our September ordinary meeting of Council. Certainly a beautiful time of year, there's no doubt about that. Can I acknowledge all councillors? Welcome to you, and we'll have an apology for Councillor Gary as we move into the meeting. Acknowledging CEO Sal, thank you very much, our general managers and team in the room, and also those watching online, and welcome to those in the gallery as well, and a particular welcome today to Year 9 Toowoomba Anglican School student Bethany Wall. Welcome to you, Bethany, as work experience with the Deputy Mayor, so welcome to you. Very nice to have you here with us today. As I say, this meeting is open to the public and can be viewed online, and if not watching today, you can indeed watch it at your leisure at another occasion. So welcome to all of those in the room and those that are watching online today. Can I begin the meeting by acknowledging the traditional owners and the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa peoples and the Bigabal peoples, and pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, before we move to the item 2 on the agenda, there's a couple of things I would like to highlight, and as we do at each meeting, we mention some values moments of Toowoomba Regional Council, and today we have 3 to acknowledge. The first of which is to an individual, and this is to Blaise Shan, and Blaise is with us here this morning. You might recall that last year at the 2024 IPWEA QNT Public Works Professional of the Year, Blaise actually won that award and therefore was considered at the national level. Now, excitingly, Blaise was announced as the National IPWEA Public Works Leader of the Year for 2025 at the International Public Works Conference held in August this year, just last month. This prestigious event is Australia's largest public works conference and is only held every 2 years. The event brings together professionals and leaders from across the public work sector, so to be recognised at this level is a tremendous achievement for Blaise and indeed for the Council. Blaise's nomination focused on his stewardship of the Council's 2022 flood recovery program, but also touched on his current leadership of the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. Blaise, it's an extraordinary effort and one that we're all very proud of, and it's something that I know, speaking to you, it's an accolade that you are very, very pleased about. It's from a career progression and recognition of the work that you do locally, and let's not forget that you are a staff member of Council, yet you work for the community. And it's the community work that you're being recognised here today for. And so therefore, Blaise, it's my great pleasure on behalf of councillors and indeed all of the community to present you with your certificate. Not only today do you get a certificate, Blaise, but in the spirit of the 25th anniversary of the Sydney Olympics, you also get a medal. Okay, which simply says awarded to Blaise Shan, IPWA Australasian Public Works Leader of the Year 2025, which is, as I say, it's an amazing effort, something you should be very proud of, and we certainly are. Apologies for that. We'll restart. So thank you, Blaise, and congratulations yet again. We do have the second of three values moments this morning, and I did mention Blaise's involvement with the 2022 flood recovery works, and indeed the 2025 Civil Contractors Federation Queensland People's Award Collaborative Project of the Year is indeed that project. Council's 2022 Flood Recovery Program was recognised as the Collaborative Project of the Year. As the category suggests, this award centred on collaboration excellence, and winning this award showcased the successful relationship between Council, Giorgio Group and Golding. The TRC Flood Recovery team also supervised 5 local consultancy firms throughout the program's 14-month construction timeline, and this award reflects how beneficial successful collaboration can be in achieving enhanced project outcomes. Today, we're very pleased to welcome the project lead, Charlie Dill, with us today, Charlie. And I know, like Blaise, you will recognise all of those that you work with to achieve this award. However, today, you'll be receiving the award on behalf of all of those people, and indeed Council and the community, because again, we all work for Council, for the community, and that's exactly what you've excelled in, and your team has. So it's my great pleasure to present you with this Collaborative Project of the Year award. Yeah, sure. Congratulations. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The final values moment today, and I have to say there's been quite a list this month. However, the final moment we will mention today is, of course, the 76th Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, and a particular focus today on 3 elements. The first of which I wanted to particularly acknowledge on behalf of councillors, the production of the program. This guide is a go-to guide, and it is online as well for those that would like to view an electronic version of this. But this does give you an opportunity to examine the over 80 different activities that happen over the 4 weeks of Carnival, and it actually highlights many things that are happening. But I wanted to focus on 2 areas, the first of which is the huge team effort that's required by our Carnival team, and indeed by our Carnival gardeners. As an example, there are some 145,000 plus seedlings and 25,000 bulbs planted, 1.5 kilometres of chicken wire and netting carefully installed to protect young plants from hungry wildlife, of which there's been quite a few hares this year, apparently, from anecdotal reports from gardeners. The painstaking process of hand-picking thousands of flowers, not once, but 3 times, to guarantee that every bloom reached its prime colour and display quality right on schedule. And the delicacy and intricacy of that, of keeping those blooming for 4 weeks, is pretty extraordinary. The third element of a values moment is to those private gardeners who'll be awarded this Friday, the ceremony, Thursday, and open from Friday. Awarded Thursday, open from Friday and running through till the 28th, Sunday the 28th. The Chronicle Open Garden Competition entrance, and indeed the Toowoomba Exhibition Gardens, of which there are 8 private gardens opening up from the 19th to the 28th. So that's kicking off this Friday. There is no doubt that the centrepiece of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers are the flowers. They're the showpiece, and therefore we're very excited to see not only the work that our teams do within Council, but also the private individuals who open up their places for many, many thousands of visitors to visit over the Carnival of Flowers. So Here's to the gardeners, council and community gardeners. Well done to them. So, councillors, we then move to item number 2, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, of which we don't have any today. We then move to item number 3, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting of leaves of absence, and declarations of conflicts of interest. There are no apologies that we need to note from the room today. However, we do note the absence of Councillor Gary Gardner, and there's no resolution required as that was already granted previously. We don't have any, well, I certainly don't have any declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest. However, we do have a number of declarable conflicts of interest. So, councillors, we'll move through these, and if someone else is thinking that they may have a conflict of interest during this phase, then we can do that at the conclusion. I'll move, Councillor Rebecca, if I go to you first with item number 10, and then we'll keep moving through.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In relation to item number 10, attachment 1, the Toowoomba City Aerodrome Recommendations Tracker, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to... Sorry, Chair. It was coming. In relation to item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Aerodrome at the ordinary meeting of Council of the 28th of May 2025, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while attachment 1 is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. We'll do your second one now, if you don't mind, 16.1.
Okay, thank you. So in relation to item 16.1, I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act of 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because councillors were provided with information from the Australian Securities and Investment Commission that Janelle Louise Davis is a current director of the Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited. Ms Davis has previously provided piano lessons to my children, and this engagement ceased approximately 2 years ago. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. We'll deal with this one first, and there's another couple of declarations as well for Empire Theatre. So we've got the matter before us now with Councillor Rebecca in regard to this declaration, and as Councillor Rebecca mentioned, we have 3 options. Would anyone have any questions for the councillor? Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just wondering whether the relationship that you've described was any more or less than you would have with any teacher of any of your children at school.
It was insofar as the lessons were held in my house, and so I know Janelle by a different surname, so this teacher used to come to our house to do the piano lessons, and I guess that would be the difference to any other normal teacher.
Thank you. Any other questions? So, councillors, we have 3 options before us. Would someone like to propose one of those? Councillor Edwina?
I'd like to propose option 1, that Councillor Rebecca can stay in the meeting and vote on the matter.
Thank you. And Wendy, can you just confirm, do we need reasons for this? We do? Okay, so is someone happy to second that motion? So seconded by Councillor Trevor. So Councillor Edwina, just trying to give you some time in regard to potential reasons that you'd like to put forward.
For the reason that it was a piano lesson with her children and these ceased 2 years ago, and she hasn't had any further contact with that teacher in her household since. And I don't believe that she has anything more to gain or lose than anybody else.
I'll just let Wendy put that into some words, brevity, and we'll see how we go. Okay. Councillor Carroll, can we just wait till we get this up on the screen, please? Okay, so this is up on the screen here now. Councillor, where are we? Sorry. Councillor Rebecca may participate because a piano lesson for her children. Because the declaration was for a piano lesson. Yep, for children and two years ago, and no further contact with the teacher since that time. She has nothing more to gain or lose than any other person. That's accurate, Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, we haven't had any other engagement with the teacher. There's nothing good nor bad. We're just no longer getting piano teachers.
Councillor Edwina, you're comfortable with that wording?
Yes, and just nothing more to gain or lose than any other person in the community, or just person, that's fine.
Wendy's doing a terrific job here, typing and going as we go. There's a lot of crosses, plus signs there. Happy with that? Okay, now Councillor Carroll, you had a question?
Mr Mayor, it's probably superfluous. I was just going to ask the question, would you invite this person to a milestone birthday or your child's birthday? And I think that's a pretty good litmus test. Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca, happy to answer that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor Taylor. No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so the motion's before us, councillors. Councillor Rebecca may participate in the decision about the matter, and including by voting on the matter. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Noting that Councillor Rebecca didn't vote. That matter. Thank you. Along the same theme of the Empire Theatre, that is, 16.1, Councillor Melissa, you have a declaration.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because the parents-in-law of Andrew Violent, the chairperson of Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited, are very good friends with my parents, and I have known Andrew's wife Sarah all my life. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melissa. So again, councillors, any questions for Councillor Melissa? Councillor Trevor.
As Councillor Carroll's question was of Councillor Vonoff before, would you invite your friend to a personal little shindig at your house if you were having one?
Thanks, Councillor Manteuffel. I was not invited to Andrew and Sarah's wedding, nor were they invited to our wedding, and I've never been invited to their child's birthday party, etc. So thank you.
Therefore, Councillor Trevor, are you happy to put forward?
I'd be happy to put forward the motion that Councillor Melissa Taylor participate in the above matter at the meeting, including voting on the matter?
And
The reason basically is what Councillor Melissa Taylor said in her response to my question. That would be the wording I would use to some degree. They weren't at weddings, all that type of stuff. They probably wouldn't get invited to household events. It's just a thing in life that you know through your parents, and that's about it, and that could happen to any one of us.
comfortable with that? That's accurate, Councillor Trevor?
Yeah,
Do you
comfortable
have a
with that.
seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Question, Kerry? Councillor Shan?
If I could, I have sort of recollection that Councillor Taylor may have been a director of one of the entities that we'll be discussing today. Does she consider her role in that role might interfere with her impartiality in dealing with matters that we have to decide today?
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Melissa, comfortable to answer that question?
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Shine. Yes, I was a director on the Empire Theatres board from 2007 to 2020, and I resigned as soon as I became, or even before I became was announced councillor for here. I believe I can be impartial.
Councillor Bill, question?
Yeah, Chair, through you to Sal. Sal, I'm not sure how I asked this question given the content of the report later is confidential, but it's along the lines of Councillor Melissa's role as a board member and previous staff members or a particular person mentioned in the report. I'm just concerned that depending on how things progress with this matter, I wouldn't like to see Councillor Melissa, her reputation be put at risk, depending on how this matter progresses.
Thank you, Councillor. I think Councillor Taylor has mentioned that she resigned some 5 years ago from the board. I think Councillor Taylor has made it clear that she, in her opinion, does not believe that her previous associations or relationships with any member would cause a conflict. I'm of the view that Councillor Taylor is able to make a reasonable and sound decision in relation to whether she does believe she has a conflict. The passage of time and separation from when she was on the board, things will have changed. I'm not uncomfortable with it, Bill, but I will leave it to Councillor Taylor to make the ultimate decision of whether she does feel conflicted or not. Yeah,
look, it's specifically in relation to a previous, at the time, and can I ask you, Councillor Melissa, that person mentioned in the report, were you a board member at that time?
Yes, I was. But I believe the motion is centred around the board itself, not so much the operational arm of the business.
And that's fine. I'm just concerned that we can't separate the board from the issues and the entity and staff, in my personal view.
I note your question, Councillor, but the matter that we're dealing with relates specifically to a activity in terms of consideration of appointment or reappointment of board members. We're not talking about the operations of the business. I note your comment. Again, I will leave that judgment up to Councillor Melissa in relation to her views, but she has left that entity some 5 years ago now. Toowoomba is not a large city in relation to its operations. I'm not uncomfortable with what's being put forward, but I'm going to defer to Councillor Melissa to make her decision whether she feels conflicted or not.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Thank you, CEO Sal. As previously stated, I am comfortable to be in the room, but I will leave that to my fellow colleagues to make that decision. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions for Councillor Melissa? If there's no more questions, we have a motion before us and the reasons that have been given. That motion was moved by Councillor Trevor and was seconded by someone else. Councillor Rebecca, thank you. The motion there before us is that Councillor Melissa Taylor may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, well, that's everyone is in favour, and Councillor Melissa obviously not voting on the matter because it relates to her. Keeping on the Empire Theatre, I would normally do my declarations last, however I'll do it now, seeing as we're in the vogue of Empire Theatre. I have a declaration of a declarable conflict of interest and inform the meeting that I have this declaration in the nature of my interest, which is follows. The declaration of conflict of interest arises because Andrew Violent is the chairperson of Empire Theatre's Pty Ltd. Mr Violent is a business associate in his position as Director of DP Wealth Advisory and is also a personal associate. In previous matters regarding the Empire Theatre's Pty Ltd, Council's decision was to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Due to this matter being more focused on individual appointments, I seek Council's decision on my participation in the matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside by the public, for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the matter. Councillors, as I've mentioned in my preamble, the reason that I've done this is simply because this is more focused on appointments of individuals, and therefore it does require an additional declaration of conflict. Happy to answer any questions. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've asked the same question of all councillors this morning when it's come to relationships. So is this person somebody you would invite to milestone events in your life, birthdays, weddings, celebrations and that sort of thing?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Others may have questions, but I thank you for raising this. And I'd suggest, given that close proximity, it would be advisable that we take option number 2, so that you leave the meeting and don't participate in the discussion or the voting of the matter. And that's for your protection, councillors' protection and the individual's protection as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. So what we might do is reasons for the decision is that the closer relationship, close relationship with the chair. Simple as that. Okay. Any other questions? If not, we've got a mover. We have a seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Carroll. We'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously, with obviously myself not voting. We then move to item 17.3 and Councillor Rebecca, so this is a new one, Infrastructure Services Group.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So this is 17.3. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in Section 150 EN of the Local Government Act of 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because Rubik's Roofing Proprietary Limited is listed in Attachment 2 pertaining to being under assessment for subordinate local law number 1.15. This application to council was submitted on the 26th of August 2025. Rubik's Roofing Proprietary Limited carried out works at my property commencing the 2nd of September 2025 and concluding on the 9th of September 2025. I was unaware of their application for assessment. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter. Or number 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rebecca. Any questions? Councillor Rebecca? No questions. Anyone like to put forward one of those options, one of 3 options? Councillor Tim?
Happy to propose that Councillor Rebecca can stay in the meeting and participate. Does not have any more to gain than anyone else, was not aware of the application.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. We'll just put that reasons up on the screen. Councillor Tim, you can confirm that your reasons are there, and we'll clarify that with the councillor that's accurate. Now, while that's happening, Councillor Trevor, 12.2, I'll refer your attention to 12.2 on the agenda today, which was a declaration that you had made previously. Given the sessions we've had in regard to declarations, it's possibly one that you wouldn't have declared at that time. It's in relation to the intersection of Mackenzie and Margaret Streets. You made that declaration and councillors agreed that you could stay in the room, participate and vote on the matter. Just from a sheer process perspective, it would be worth your while doing the same again today. But let's deal with this one first. I'm flagging that so that you're getting your mind in around what that is. So we have a mover of Councillor Tim, seconder of Councillor Edwina. The motion's there before us. Councillor Tim, you're happy with those reasons? Councillor Rebecca, they're accurate?
That's right. I don't have any outstanding accounts and the work has been concluded.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. With noting Councillor Rebecca obviously not voting. So Councillor Trevor, a little bit of prior warning there, 12.2.
Mayor,
in fact, Wendy may be able to assist you with some wording, if you like.
my recollection is I brought that up when Lindsay Street was being discussed, more so than Margaret and Curzon Street. Lindsay Street may have come up when there was increased traffic there. I did present a petition from Lindsay Street people at one stage, or somebody in the... So that
this
would
information's come from the minute taker and the recorder, council business.
So that's my recollection of it. So obviously it's up to the room whether I...
Wendy's going to put up the information for you.
Thank you.
Trevor,
I'll await that.
Make it easier for you. I think here it comes. It's up the top there somewhere. Here we go. So that's the item from the last time it was done, which was 8.3 some time ago, back in February actually. So if you're comfortable to read that through, we'll deal with it as it's already been declared.
Okay, I request that that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 8.3, number 3, local traffic issues, traffic signals at the intersection of Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street, East Toowoomba, at the ordinary meeting of council on the 8th of February 2025, and of council's decision that I may participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks very much, Councillor Trevor. Councillor Tim, you raised something. You put your hand up. No?
If we've finished with Councillor Trevor, Chair...
Yeah, well, that was the decision, Trev, so it's really a process.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I do have a possible conflict and a request for leave at the appropriate time, noting we're still in that section. But colleagues, thank you for allowing me. I have had some legal advice recently that suggests I may have a conflict of interest, and I think seeing the level that my colleagues have been to with conflicts of interest, I think the safest thing to do would just be to declare, and I wish to declare that a close associate of mine, this is in regards to item 16.1 again, a close associate of mine has had business dealings through business with the current chair of the Empire Theatres in their business, in that the business has provided financial services to my close associate. These dealings, coincidentally, have ended very recently. Just the timing of those ending of financial services with my close associate, with what we're to speak about today, the advice to me was that let's declare a conflict here. So colleagues, you can skip the questions about would you go to their birthday. I don't know the chair except for in a professional capacity, and neither does my close associate, but there were paid business dealings that ended recently. So colleagues, I'll ask you to provide if I have a conflict or not. Thank you.
Okay, and if there's any questions, if not, we've got three options. We've gone through those. Councillor Carroll? First option, may stay in the room, participate in the decision and by voting on the matter. Question first. We have a seconder for that, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Now we've got a question to Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks, Councillor McMahon, for this. It's just the question, I suppose, is around the nature of the business dealings with your close associate and whether or not there's any thought of a continuation of any services, or did they conclude prior to you receiving the report that we're going to consider?
Thank you. To my knowledge, all was concluded prior to us receiving the asset report, noting that I already knew he was the chair anyway, but yeah, prior to having to come to this vote today.
That being the case, I'm happy to second Councillor Taylor's motion, Chair.
No, it's all right. We've got Trevor's seconded already, so we've got Councillor Carroll moved, Councillor Trevor second. So therefore, the reasons. Oh, there we go. May participate in the decision. May participate in the decision concluded prior. How about we just simply say the close associates? Yeah, that'll do. It's concluded. Good. Happy enough with that, Tim?
Yeah.
Good. Motions before us that may participate in the matter, including vote in the matter. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any other conflicts of interest, councillors, that might have cropped up during those conversations? Wendy, are you okay? It was unanimous vote, other than Councillor Tim, of course.
Can I ask if that font can be made a little larger, please?
On the screen?
Thank you.
Okay.
We have screens in front of us. They're virtually useless because the font is so small. Normally I can read it. It's normally much bigger than that.
Wendy will work on that. That'll be okay. There we go. That's even a bit bigger now. All right, so the councillors, now we do move then to the apologies and leave of absence. We've done the declaration. So granting of leave of absence, Councillor Tim, you mentioned you may have something.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, colleagues. I'd ask for your support to be granted a leave of absence from the committee meeting said to be held next month on the 14th of October. Thank you.
Someone happy to move? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, any other leaves of absence required at this stage? Nothing, and as we say at each meeting, if there are some conflicts of interest that may arise for yourself or someone else, please raise that with the chair at the time. We then move to item number 4, councillors, which is the we've done that, haven't we? Councillor Gary's, yeah, no, we did that. Yeah, that's been done. Councillors, we move to item 4, which is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of council on the 19th of August. Motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 19 August 2025 be confirmed. So moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Any business arising, councillors? If not, we move to item 6, which is the presentation of petitions, and I understand, Councillor Edwina, you have a petition to be presented.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6.1 petition in relation to increased volume of traffic on Bridge Street between Mary and Curzon Streets. This petition is received from Sophie Elms and contains 11 signatures. The petition draws to the attention of Council the increased volume of traffic on Bridge Street between Mary and Curzon Streets. We've raised concerns about heavy vehicle usage, speed, parking obstructions and the risk that poses for students and community safety. We therefore request Council to implement traffic calming measures, restrictions on heavy vehicles, review parking arrangements and reduce the speed limit. In accordance with the standing orders, the options for this motion are 1, that the petition be received, 2, that the petition be received and referred to a committee or officer for consideration and a report to the council, or 3, that the petition not be received because it is deemed invalid.
So, Councillor Edwina, are you happy to move that the petition be received?
I am, Chair.
Okay, and in doing so, you'll hand that to the CEO at the appropriate time. Do you have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Bill. Any discussion? Question? Councillor Carroll?
How many signatures do we need on a petition to make it acceptable and worthwhile? We have 11 signatories on this commission, on this petition.
The minimum is 10
Thank
signatures, so that makes it a valid petition. Any other questions? Councillor Trevor?
The motion that's there is that the petition be received. Item 2 says that the petition be received and referred to a committee or officer for consideration and report to council. Is that worthwhile? Or I would be happy to go along with that.
Well,
what's happening in
the
that
normal
area?
process is that the petition gets handed to the CEO, who would follow that process.
Okay, as long as that happens. Yeah,
So
thank you.
that's the process that's been implemented, and we do get a report during group reports, actually, petition updates as well now, which was an initiative of this council. So we have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Bill. I understand. Was that right? Did you second that, Bill? Good. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 7, which is business of which the Mayor wishes to have considered at the meeting without notice, otherwise known as a mayoral minute, and there is nothing being brought forward today. We move to item 8, which is the reception of and consideration of committee reports, the first of which is item 8.1. Pardon me, 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee. There was one substantive item in this, councillors, which was the Heritage Incentive Grant Policy Review. Would anyone like to pull that out to discuss? If not, the motion is before us that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 9 September 2025 be received and the recommendation therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee, of which there were no substantive items. Therefore, the motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 9 September 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 8.3 we move to, Infrastructure Committee, of which there were no substantive items. The motion is that the report of Infrastructure Committee dated 9 September 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Bill. Are those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move to item 8.4, councillors, which is Environment Community Committee. There were two substantive items. Item 3, which is the proposed change to Park Master Plan endorsement process, and item number 5, which was the confidential strategic land exchange. Would anyone like to pull any of those items out? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to pull out item 3, please, in Community and Environment Committee.
Thank you,
I
Councillor
wish
Carroll.
to speak against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. That's perfectly fine. We'll pull that one out and deal with it separately. Anyone else like to pull out the other one? If not, the first motion is that report of the Environment Community Committee dated 9 September 2025 be received, and with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then, has been called out, item number 3, which is the change to Park Master Plan endorsement process. Councillor Carroll, you wish to pull that out?
I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to speak against it.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Tim? Happy to move the recommendation from committee. I'll get a seconder and I'm happy to go to a question. Councillor Bill seconding. Councillor Kerry, you had a question?
Yes, whether Councillor Taylor is aware of it, perhaps the CEO might be aware of it, but the General Manager would be. How many master plans of this nature do we deal with as a rule per year, for example?
We have the pleasure of the company of the GM, Nick Hauser, for Environment Community here. If you're comfortable, Councillor Shan, I will refer to General Manager, sorry, downgraded you. Refer to General Manager Nick. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors endorsed 6 master plans since 2019, so it's probably an average of less than one a year.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Trevor, question?
With those master plans that have been endorsed, the voting on that, were they all unanimous votes for your recognition?
Haven't been back to observe the way that the voting went. They were all supported, absolutely, and there was no changes and supported with the vast majority. My recollection is that the majority of them would have been unanimously supported, but I can't speak specifically to things going back as far as 2019, sorry.
And just as a follow-up question to CEO Sal, I think you mentioned last week at the committee meeting regarding if an item was brought to you and it looked like it had huge public interest or something like that, you would bring it to a chamber meeting. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, correct, councillor, and thank you for your question. Yes, we would. So if the master plan was contentious and it required the decision-making of this chamber, it would come to this chamber. We're talking about a process at the end of a line when we've gone through all the consultation, the engagement, the community participation, which would include this room as well, and it's a process step in terms of endorsing. If there was a position that we could not agree, well, the responsibility of the CEO would be bring it to this chamber for a proper decision to be made, which I would do.
And I think the key words there is community consultation would be part of the whole decision-making process?
In any master planning exercise and as a former land use planner, community consultation is critical to the finalisation of a master plan, and it would be included. The various stages of that will be dependent on the complexity of the master plan, but as Nick has indicated, this council has approved 6 since 2019, so we're not doing them every day of the week. We are doing them on the needs basis, so we would follow those processes, councillor.
Thanks, Sal.
Councillor Melissa, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question, I think, has been more or less answered. I was going to ask General Manager Nick for the public's knowledge or understanding of how the process of the master plan works, because I know community consultation is because community consultation is integral to the process. And also it does come to this room. So I just wanted clarification on that, and I believe CEO Sal may have done that. So thank you.
Okay, questions answered. Just as a matter of interest, Nick, when was the last master plan that came to us?
Mayor, the last master plan endorsed by council would have been for Pioneer Park and Bungie in 2021, so there's not been any presented to council since 2021.
Councillor Kerry, another question?
Yes, please. You mentioned or the CEO mentioned the process of what has to be undertaken, irrespective of whether it comes here or is dealt with by the CEO. Just wondering how much extra work and cost would be involved in taking it to the next step to be dealt with here.
Councillors, the only change we're talking about here is the final endorsement process. We're not talking about changing the community consultation process, the master plan development process. And in the report from last week was identified that the requirement to bring a report to council and the administrative resource that goes into that adds about 2 months to the process. So when we're delivering these parks, we're typically doing consultation, master plan design through 1 year, then leading into construction the following year. So once a master plan is endorsed, we go into tender and design documentation. So delaying that process holds us up around the engagement of contractors for the construction component, puts us under pressure in delivery of our capital works projects. So there's absolutely an efficiency gain here for us in having the CEO approve those master plans without the need to go through the council reporting and endorsement process.
Are you able to put a cost on that, dollar figures?
It's an interesting question, Councillor. A couple of years ago, someone in my team estimated the cost of presenting a report to council, depending on the complexity of it and the inputs, but in the order of about $5,000 worth of staff time to get a report here to you for your consideration.
Councillor Tim, you had a question, and then Councillor Carroll has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Noting I've already moved it. Nick, good morning through the Chair to you. We talk about to endorse park master plans, the last one being Pioneer Park, Goombungie. We've also in this room endorsed things like a mountain bike park master plan. Now that had complexities over funding, external funding, community interest and, well, some backlash. It also had complexities around joining and you know, all of those things. If this was endorsed, would those complexities of the mountain bike trail bring it back to us?
That's a good question, Councillor Tim, and the answer is absolutely yes, it would come back to council. Something like that mountain bike first started with a strategy and then master planning exercises, had a lot of complexity, had competing interests from community, had engagement with our neighbours at Lockyer Valley Regional Council, had other levels of government funding attached to it. So absolutely, I would be recommending, I guess ultimately it's the CEO's decision, but I would be recommending the CEO that they be presented to council for endorsement.
And I don't think, well, this would be a comment, Nick, but I don't think we would be sitting around saying trails should go in that direction and we should upgrade that one to a black diamond. That's not the questions. It would be more of the strategic focus. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to point out to councillors the difference between strategic and operational. I want to debate this, but obviously I'm not going to be given the opportunity. So I will ask the question. I will ask the question.
Councillor Carroll, no, I'll pick you up on that. We've actually had a mover and a seconder. I asked for questions, which is legitimate to do. We're in question time.
Thank you.
You will get the chance to debate.
Thank you.
We're not at that stage.
I will ask a question.
Okay, well, ask the question. You're more than welcome to.
If it costs $5,000 and there's been one, and I've been sitting here for lots of master plans, if there's been one in the last few years, what is the rush to devolve the delegation to the CEO? If it only costs $5,000 and there's only been one in the last few years, why are we rushing?
That really is a debate.
Well, it's a
That's
question.
a debate.
It's a question.
Well, it's a question. How can possibly an officer answer a question about that?
Because I was told by the officer it's operational. It's not operational.
Well, that's part of your debate, and that's fine. We'll get to that when we get to it. Any other questions? If there's no other questions, we've got a mover of Councillor Tim. We've got a second of Councillor Bill. Councillor Tim, obviously we have someone who's wanting at least one to vote to speak against this, so I'll give you the option to speak in opening remarks.
Thanks, Chair. I will commend this to the floor, noting we had some a reasonable discussion at committee meetings, and leave my opening remarks at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Speaker against?
To speak against the delegation, I'd say that strategic is to define the vision, the long-term objectives and desired outcomes for the big picture, high-level goals. That's what a master plan is. And we've done a lot in this council since amalgamation, including the City Centre Master Plan, including Queen's Park Master Plan, including Peacehaven Park Master Plan. Operational is to create a comprehensive roadmap breaking down strategic goals into specific actionable tasks. Councillors' roles is to be strategic, and the devolution of oversight to the CEO takes away councillors' role as representatives of our community to have oversight and input into the master plan. Our parks are valued and loved by our community and visitors. Each community is different. Small or large, each has its own character. When master planning is devolved to the CEO, it becomes operational. Our park strategy, which we're going through now, was developed, it started commencing, I think it was 2012, and was adopted in 2015, out of date in many areas that have developed as predicted and many who haven't. And it doesn't and shouldn't guide the master plans for today. Our parks don't belong, I mentioned last week, to councillors or the CEO or the staff, and those staff and CEOs change. And I believe that it is, I heard in this committee last week, it was delegated to the CEO in the past. Yes, it was, for just a very short time, and that CEO lost his job, and the oversight was taken back because of community lacking a voice through councillors. There are very few master plans developed, but each is relevant to the area of the master plan. And yes, consultation goes on, but it says, when we look at the way it consults, the area, it says including but not limited to, but it doesn't mean they're going to use all those areas. And to connect with people these days is very difficult. In the past, we went to where the people were. I don't believe we do that now. The park strategy was adopted, as I said before. There's been many plans, master plans, and including Queen's Park, including the City Centre Master Plan. I understand completely. I've been sitting in this chair for 25 years and I understand what a master plan is. It's the community's wants, desires and vision for the area that they sit. The other thing that I heard in this room last week was that smaller areas won't need much and don't need much at all. That sense fits me with alarm. I've actually had a lot of phone calls from people.
Councillor Carroll, I'm going to pick you up on that, because that is inaccurate. That statement is inaccurate, and I'd like you to retract it.
I won't, because
it's inaccurate.
Well, go and listen to the tape.
I will listen to the tape.
Thank
It's
you.
inaccurate
Because it was mentioned
that is
in
not the
tape
intention of
that
this
some
council.
won't need much. It was mentioned by our CEO.
That is incorrect, and it is not mentioned by a councillor who
No, it was
represents our
mentioned.
community. I'd like you to retract it.
It was a question asked by Councillor Shan, and it was answered by our CEO, and he said, along the lines of, some master plans won't take much because they're small.
So, Councillor Carroll, I'd like you to retract the comment that you said about our townships.
No, I won't. I'm sorry,
Well,
I won't.
okay, if you won't,
I won't retract
it's on the record of what you've said.
I won't retract the comment, because I do believe that we pay lip service in many ways to our small townships. We have 36 townships, and each one of those is unique and different, and each of them is just as important as the loud voices, because there are more people. And I really feel very, very passionate
Councillor
about
Carroll,
this.
can you please stick to this motion, which is about park master plans?
This motion is
master
about
plans.
disenfranchising people's representatives, councillors, in being involved in master plans. That's what it means, taking councillors away from the strategic oversight of our communities in master plans. And that's what it is, and it's
in relation to parks master plans.
I understand that, and in many places of our community, they get, seemingly in their own words, they get very little except their roads and their parks. And they see that as being the only things that they receive from this council. And I think that at the end of the day, the loud numbers actually carry the day. And that's how people feel. And I have to be honest with you, I see it. And I think that this is death of 1,000 cuts, and this is the first cut. We are now very rarely involved in anything in this council. We're here one day a week. And at the end of the day, we are here to be presenting, if our community rings, we were put around this table to represent the whole of the 13,000 square kilometres that we have in this Toowoomba region. And we should be representing those. We should not be having devolution of these things. If we've got oversight about it, we should be open to the community's feedback to us personally as councillors, and we should be able to take that forward. And we do. We've just been operational about a set of lights in Margaret Street, which is actually an operational matter. And we've just had we've accepted a petition about it. We get our fingers into many operational things, and I think we need to think about that. But master planning is not operational, and I speak against this because it should count. I know the consultation, I understand, I'm not silly, and I understand that consultation, in whatever form the people doing it consider is appropriate. And then with councillors there, if there were a time when a small community where there was no consultation, then a councillor around the table can be told that. A community can ring them and we can be told that. But now we're taking all that away, and obviously it's not our council, our master plan, and I very seriously vote against this, not against staff, but I think that this is death by 1,000 cuts, and we are strategic. We're put around this table to represent our community. We're put here for that very reason and for nothing else. And I think that this is the start of something that, if it were operational, fine. Master planning is not operational, it's strategic, and we should be involved in it. Thank you.
The Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Bill.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Take a bit of emotion out of it. We're talking about a process of delegation here around master planning, and in the body of the report last week, we saw a number of points that very clearly articulated and outlined how, if any, feel that there may be some risk. It was more than adequately tabled in that report how that risk would be managed around the process of the master plan moving forward. The CEO's adequately outlined process, in my view, and officers who are members of the community and professionals and conduct community consultation as part of that process. And I might add, on a number of occasions, not just for park master planning, I recall it over many years now, where councillors have been specifically invited to the community consultation process in different parts all across this region, right across this region, and very specifically on many topics, not just master planning, but to stick to the subject of the process of delegation of park master planning. I'm more than adequately comfortable that we're not divulging anything. We're actually ensuring as a boardroom that this organisation operates efficiently and effectively. I might add a bit of a red herring, the cost question, but the officer answered in respect of an estimate of around $5,000 to bring a report to council. I stress, bring a report to council. But if you look at the hold-ups and risks around capital delivery across the organisation, when you get into materials and labour and supply chain and that, I dare say that holding off a park master plan for at least a month, if not probably 2 months by the time it hits council, is a lot more than $5,000 on an organisational cost. Remember, there's lots of moving bits in a large organisation and that costs. So I just see this as a clear and logical process And I would encourage councillors, not just Councillor Carroll, but all councillors, to look across the IAP2 spectrum, and that is council policy on community consultation, and understand the touch points that we do have and how we, as a board, must trust and delegate and rely on that process. It's a tried and proven process, not just in this country, globally. And that's our policy around community consultation as part of park master planning. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, anyone speaking against the motion? Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I support the arguments put up by Councillor Taylor, and I'm particularly supportive of her position, bearing in mind that what we're dealing with here is a very comparatively rare occurrence in terms of the business that we undertake on a yearly basis, one or less than one a year that we have to deal with, and at fairly insignificant cost compared with other costs that the council has to deal with. So it's rare, it's cost effective. And then we're told that you don't have to worry about it really, because if there's anything controversial about it, it'll come to the council anyway. Well, to my mind, we might as well leave the situation as it is. And I would just point out to councillors, if we adopt this, then decisions, for example, Frowling Park, would not come to council, and I don't think that's desirable.
Councillor Kerry, a speaker in favour of the motion? If not, Councillor Tim, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to sum up if I could, and just reiterate that this motion is to delegate the authority to the CEO to endorse park master plans on behalf of council. There have been some comments said that I must say, to my thinking, are quite offensive to council officers, suggesting that they can't, in their expertise, do what their skills are in and design parks that are going to come before council. Whether it's in the group reports or by email, we're going to know about everything that happens, as we always do. But there are some comments that said parks are valued and loved, which is why we should be against this. Parks are valued and loved, which is, no one's going to argue that. Small and large have character. I completely agree with that, noting that small parks, neighbourhood parks, have never come before this council. And when we don't even know they're getting replaced because they're operational in nature. Chair, I know you picked up on it, but I also need to, that this comment that it was apparently said small areas don't need much is an absolute lie, and it goes against what we do have. Is we have these things called the open space strategy and the sport and active living strategy. And if you look at those strategies, both of them contain Toowoomba region in its entirety, 12,500 square kilometres, and it outlines, colleagues, the needs for parks, the needs for new parks, and the needs for upgrades, and what we should look forward to depending on our community needs across Toowoomba region. Everywhere in Toowoomba region is represented in those two strategies, and officers use that with growth to say growth would suggest our outdoor space, open space, and our sale plan should suggest we need a new park in that area. And that's what they do. I'm actually really proud of the idea that we go to consultation and the community have their wishes on what they want in their park. That consultation is therefore taken to their officers, our open space planners, who do a heck of a job putting the community's needs and best practice in designing a really good park, and we move from there. Once we have that park, are we really at the stage where it's going to come to us and we're going to say, no, move the swings, put in an extra toilet block? That's what we're asking for here if we need these to come to us. We're not in a position where we need to tell people who are trained in designing parks what they should do better with their job. We're in the strategic, and therefore we can sign off on this through the group reports that says, here is a new park that our officers have designed. We go tick, we say, that's amazing, we put it on our socials and we say, look at what we're doing. The actual endorsement process has been done by skilled people and doesn't need to come to us. So that's what we're talking about here. Doesn't mean, and I want to hit that on the head as hard as I can, it doesn't mean less parks or someone's less valued or we don't care about people. That is an absolute debacle and I won't stand for it. It means we delegate authority to the CEO.
Councillor Carroll, there is a time you had to speak, and now we've got a speaker, and it's their time to speak with no interruption.
Thanks, Chair. Twice I've done this speech and I've had to be interrupted. We're delegating authority to the CEO to endorse the park master plans, and we're still delivering exactly the same facilities to our parks, to our users across Toowoomba region.
Thank you. Close the debate. The motion before us then, councillors, is that council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to endorse park master plans on behalf of council as per attachment 1. That's the motion. We've got a mover in Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Bill. I'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Would you like your votes recorded? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Kerry, votes recorded as against. And of course we've got Councillor Gary not present as well. Thank you, councillors. We move then to, just wait for Wendy, move then to 8.5, which is the Corporate Services Committee, of which there were no substantive items. Therefore, the motion before us is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 9 September 2025 be received. If someone moved by Councillor Melissa, second by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee. There were no substantive items, and therefore the motion is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 9 September 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We move, councillors, actually we might just, if you don't mind, sorry, Henry, might just adjourn for 10 minutes. If someone would like to move that adjournment, moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. We'll return at 20 past 10. Those in favour? Carried. Sorry, Henry. Gave you a bit more time to get up here.
I was giving it until 10:30. I thought you probably
Councillors, welcome back. We are moving directly on to item number 9, which is the monthly performance statement as at the 31st of August. And I welcome General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson to present the monthly performance for or up to 31 August. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement to the end of August as required by the local government regulation. The attachments that you've got with the report of consolidated financial performance statement, which also includes the CFPS for business units, capital projects by group, summary of DRFA, and the confidential monthly investment report. So these reports together will provide you with capital and operational results for the first 2 months of the new financial year. So just moving to the first attachment, the consolidated financial performance statement, and you can see that operating income is tracking to budget. We've got a favourable variance of 1.9 million, or just 1%, and that's relating to fees and charges. Operating expenditure, again tracking to budget, favourable variance of 2.1 million, or 3%, relating to materials, services and other expenditure. So at this stage during the financial years, they're timing difference only, just dealing with invoices and the timing of when they come in and payments. If we move through to the capital section, capital income, again tracking to budget, favourable variance of 611,000, which relates to DRFA grants recognised for works extending past the 30th of June, and these date back to the February 2022 event. Capital expenditure tracking with an unfavourable variance of 4.9 million, or 30%, which includes the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, tracking below budget currently by 3.1 million. Also attached, you've got the consolidated financial performance statements for the separate business units. So we've got water, wastewater, waste, fleet and logistics, and the Toowoomba Aerodrome. And just a note in relation to the Toowoomba Aerodrome, there is 78,000 year-to-date depreciation, which will be brought to account next month. In the Treasury report, unrestricted cash at 10.85 months, or 228.8 million, and that's against the Queensland Government's financial sustainability ratio of 2 months. So tracking very well there, which we would anticipate with rates due on the 3rd of September. Total borrowings at the end of August, 199.8 million. So as I did mention, rates were issued 1st of August, due date 3rd of September, and tracking to budget. Sale of land process. So we started off earlier this year, councils with 47 properties in the process, and there are just 21 properties remaining. So very happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Anne-Marie. Operating surplus ratio is needing to be above 0, and our budget is 0.32. Our actual one at the moment is 57.2. Is that just because the rates have come in?
That's correct. So it's income, but it's when the income has been levied. So income really comes in predominantly 4 times a year, the 2 water rate notices, the 2 general rates. So we will see that fluctuation in that ratio.
Thanks. Councillor Rebecca, question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you, Anne-Marie, I actually flagged it with Jake, and perhaps I should have also, in my error, I apologise for not flagging it with you, but it is about the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, and the report shows that the project's running $3.1 million below budget. So it comes up in his group report as well, but this is the first time we're discussing it. So could we just be talked through what's happening there and why that is, please?
So a couple of, some of that payment, so I'm happy to hand over to Jake, but about 50% of that variance relates to expenditure incurred in last financial year that related to this year. So we're still working through, we haven't closed off the annual audit yet. So these were accruals that have been taken up post-balance date, so after the 30th of June. So going through the payments made, if you like, to suppliers throughout July and August, we look at what should have been accrued last year. So as well as impacting Crestbrook damage, and these multi-year projects are always a challenge at that end of financial year period, what gets in one period and what goes in the other, with that just hard cut off 30th of June date. So we've gone through the transactions, identified about approximately 1.5 million that Jake can talk to that should have been accrued, although it was paid in July, but it should have been accrued in the 30th of June result. So what that will do, if we look at the overall council position, that's expenditure that's budgeted in this current financial year, so to the 30th of June 2026, but has now been recognised last year. So that will impact our figures. And when we reforecast our position, all of that will be included. But happy to hand over to Jake.
No, I think General Manager Emery's answered the question. I would only provide some additional information which is in support of what the General Manager's already provided.
Terrific, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Anne-Marie, just a question. You touched on it in your closing remarks in regard to payments of rates. Can you just delve a little deeper into that and give councillors an understanding on year on year how we're tracking from a rates, noting our rate arrears of a 5% target, under 5%. Can you just let us know how we're tracking?
So our target is 5%, and we measure it twice a year. It's at the 31st of December and the 30th of June, and we're tracking about 3.85 at the end of June, so tracked very well last financial year. Currently looking at this rate round of rates that was due for payment on the 3rd of September. Payments are tracking just ahead of where they were at the same time last year, so tracking very well.
Okay, so I suggest that we thank the community for that, because there was an increase in rates, significant increase for many, and to know that we're tracking a little bit better even than last year gives us confidence that the community is working with us as we work through the opportunities that we have. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? Nick, I'll put you on notice for when we get to your group report, just in regard to the Toowoomba park, the sports park, and the obviously announcement of the Treasurer in regard to the tartan track at Uni SQ. So it'll be a question that I'll raise when we get to your section rather than in here. Any other questions for Anne-Marie? If not, the motion before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 August 2025 be received. Have someone move? Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that. Councillors, we move then to item number 10. Now, noting that we do have a declarable conflict of interest in this item for attachment 1 only. So what we can do is deal with attachment 1 first, if you'd like, Councillor Rebecca, and then we'll call you in, just in case there's any questions that crop up, if you don't mind. CEO, I'll hand over to you. So if you can deal with just attachment 1 at this stage, and then we'll call Councillor Rebecca in and we'll deal with them separately to vote as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, the report is attached. I'll probably take it as read and just respond to any questions that may have arisen in relation to the report.
Are there any? This is attachment 1 we're talking about at the moment, which is the aerodrome tracking. Questions, Councillor Edwina?
Thank you, Chair. More a comment, if I may. We had our TRAC, Toowoomba Regional Aerodrome Committee meeting last night, and I mentioned that this was now being included in your reports, and it was well received. The changes that we've made out there were really positive, and I just want to say that CASA just did a review of our aerodrome operations and were really happy with what they saw and commented on how well kept and maintained the facilities are. So congratulations to the team, and that's the feedback we've received, so thank you.
Are there any other questions in regard to this particular item, attachment 1? Any other comments, Sal, in regard to this one, just the aerodrome?
I'll pick it up in my report as well, but just to say I did spend a couple of hours at the airport last week. Council owns an amazing asset. It is more than just an airport. It is a thriving hub that really has a huge opportunity for this region and something that we really need to capitalise upon. And I was very appreciative of the tour that I did across the airport. But that's probably about it, Mayor.
Thanks very much, CEO Sal. If that's the case, we'll invite Councillor Rebecca to come back in and we'll deal with the rest of your report, Sal. Oh, we'll do it separate. We'll do it when we finish the report. Thanks, Wendy. Appreciate the information. We'll do it separately. So, Sal, now we're back to yours. Just no mention of the attachment 1.
No. So, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I thought, again, I would just take the opportunity to give you a verbal update in terms of the activities that I have been engaged in what is now day 47 of my appointment in this wonderful region and city. It's also my first Carnival of Flowers, and I had my first opportunity to attend a wonderful event on the weekend, which started with rain, hail, and then ended in a rainbow. But those that were actually there did have, I think, a wonderful time. And I think it's start of something wonderful in this city. I took the opportunity on Sunday morning then to walk the gardens and meet some people who had never been to this city before to see the gardens. And I was talking to them and they were asking questions about, you know, the city and what we do. And I politely pointed them to our gardens that actually were in Queen's Park there to answer questions. And I said, would you come back again? And they said, yes. The city is looking wonderful. The city is looking beautiful. I'm in the spirit with my colour. I'm so much looking forward to the next 3 weeks as well. But I thought I might just touch with you on a couple of things that I have been doing since we last met. I had my first internal audit committee and met our internal auditors. I believe we have a wonderful group of external individuals that are now going to assist us to improve our governance and our governance arrangements. I had the opportunity of undertaking my first CEO roadshow with my staff, and I've been told it was one of the largest attendance of staff in the auditorium next door, with a number of really interesting questions about where do I see this city going, where do I see council going. And what I'm sensing through the discussion is that our staff are starting to embrace that change agenda that we are also keen to start to implement. Last week, I was invited by Mike's team to go and attend the ISG Staff Recognition Award. I have not been to an award ceremony where we had over 170 nominations from peers, 170 nominations from staff to their staff to acknowledge the great things that they do, not only for council, but for this wonderful region. And I do thank Mike for that invitation. And I've made a commitment now to attend all of my group awards as we lead up to the Christmas awards. A lot of internal work is also being done just to start to tidy up the way we will start to operate as an organisation around the efficiency and effectiveness, and you'll see more over the coming weeks and months as I progress with my work. I thought I'd just touch on some of the external activities that have occurred since I last briefed you at the August meeting. I've now had the opportunity to meet with both of our controlled entity chairs and CEOs, the TISB board chair and CEO, and the Empire Theatre board and CEO, to really start to get an understanding of those two critical entities that we are the key owner of. Attended the Bush Summit, which I think had some wonderful announcements for this city, and I probably won't steal any of the thunder of the mayor that he may pick up in his own speech. We also, a couple of weeks ago, attracted probably one of the largest planning conference attendees that I've seen in some while when we had the Queensland Planning Branch. A huge number of young planners were in this city, enjoying the benefits of what we have to offer, but more importantly, some of the challenges that we'll be facing planning as we move forward. And those challenges will be something this organisation will need to deal with, as well as we try and attract planners in what is now becoming a really sought after profession, with a number of planning courses across this country actually closing. The ability to attract and retain planners is something that we're going to need to put a lot of focus on, and something we'll do. I attended my first development industry forum, an opportunity to start to meet more of the broader industry players in this city. The Darling Downs Regional Alliance Also had the opportunity in late August to spend some time in George Street, meeting 3 of our key Director Generals in Graham Frayne, Mark Cridlin and Sally Stannard, and really putting the relationship of this city back on the agenda in George Street and starting to raise the concerns or issues that we want support from the Queensland Government on. And it's pleasing to say that the reception from those 3 Director Generals was warming. I also took the opportunity to meet with SEQ CEO Emma Thomas and some of the project work that we are collectively doing with that organisation as well. The opportunity arose to also meet with the Alliance CEOs, the first time that I had the opportunity to meet those key individuals in what is a very important project for this city. And I took the opportunity to reaffirm with them the importance that this project has, not only to this council, but to this city. And that a true relationship and alliance project means that we all collaboratively work together to ensure the best can be delivered. The Mayor invited me to attend my first Council of Mayors meeting, in which the important discussion around waste and what we will do waste in this region and how we will continue to play in that role is also important. Professor Karen Nelson came in and had a chat, the importance of building those strong relationships with UniSQ, and how we can start to utilise the benefits of a university in this city in the way we look at our young, our bright minds that come to work for this organisation, but more how we can start to attract others to this wonderful city to attend that university. The opportunity to discuss with her how a rail system that gets to the bottom of the hill can actually open up 3 campuses and make not only SEQ accessible to this city, but make the university accessible to the other campuses was also under discussion. As I mentioned, I had 2.5 hours at the Aerodrome chatting to the key people out there and really got the opportunity to understand the complexity and what that airport actually has to offer. When we have aeroplanes flying in from Western Australia to get their engines rebuilt, and we have firefighters that are actually currently in Greece helping the Greece people with the fires, it's more than just a runway. It is a thriving business. It is something that I think we do need to capitalise on. And now that I do have that appreciation, will be something that I will be turning my attention to ensure that we get the best value out of that asset. Friday was my first opportunity to meet with the SEQ CEOs. Again, an opportunity to start to work with my peers to ensure that Toowoomba has its fair share and role in the region, but more importantly, how we can collaborate with those other councils to bring ideas and suggestions that could assist this organisation as we move forward. So, Mayor, as I enter my 47th day, I am pleased to say that I'm still very much enjoying this wonderful city, this wonderful region, the staff that are before me in terms of what we're wanting to do, and I look forward to continuing to deliver for you, the community and the organisation. My report.
Thank you very much, Sal, and we'll record that in the minutes as well. Would be a good document if we can do that from this time forward. Are there any questions for Sal? If I could just, Tim, Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you, and Sal, thank you for your report. I did have a question on the Open Council Decision Register, noting that Attachment 2 is the Open Council Decision Register, but Attachment 3 is also the Open Council Decision Register, but it's confidential. So just how we navigate that. I was going to raise it with you, Sal, on Attachment 2, which is open to the public. Just there are some decisions that this council have made going back 4 years that are still an open decision. For example, there was one that I did some work with Councillor Melissa on. She brought the motion, I think I seconded it from memory, about a review of the parking strategy around schools, etc. And that was on this list in 2022 and still going. There's 3 from 2021. But further to that, I brought a motion several years ago now around e-scooters that we go to a trial. And it was, majority in this room don't want to debate it now, but we go to a trial and we don't have e-scooters in Toowoomba region, so we haven't gone to a trial. That to me would mean it should be on the Open Decision Register. I can't see it anywhere there at all. So I think just a broader conversation about things we talk about in this room, either sitting on there for 4 years or one that I've brought, I can't see it on there at all. So, yeah.
Councillor, thank you for your question. The Decision Register was actually a topic of discussion at my leadership team meeting last week, and that very comment was discussed around the time that some of these decisions are on this register. I have spoken to my senior team around how we now get on top of those, because I'm actually not comfortable that some of those decisions are there for that time. In relation to the e-scooter one, I'll have to take that on notice to see what's actually happened to that. So apologies if we've missed that. But my endeavours to you are that we get on top of these and start to close these out, or actually have an appropriate set of recommendations to you if we aren't able to proceed, that we actually close them out and then bring them back on when it's appropriate. So this register is actually more up to date for you.
Councillor Kerry.
Thanks. Thank you, CEO, for your very comprehensive report. Sorry I haven't given you notice about this, but on this morning's news it was heavily, or largely reported that our admissions are set to rise substantially, and that Queensland in particular will be affected by the increase in temperature. From your point of view as CEO of this organisation, have you had the opportunity to formulate some plan of attack in relation to how we should responsibly play our part in meeting the challenges that arise from that fact?
Sorry, Councillor, can I just clarify, is this in relation to global warming? Yes. Look, thank you for the question. I'll probably take some of it on notice, but probably respond briefly. The work that I think we're starting to undertake with the scheme and the scheme amendment itself, I think is definitely one of those opportunities for us to start to address some of those issues, Councillor. More broadly, I suppose, from the point of view of how we deal with those aspects in terms of environmental warming, the work we're doing with the dam, the work we're doing around what we may need to do with protection of our environment, but also built form. So I think I will take it on notice and I'll come back to you with a fuller response, but it is definitely something that we are considering. And as you've heard from GM Ed around the triple bottom line approach that we are taking to the scheme, we are but one player in it, and I think it is a broader role that we all need to play, be it community, be it local government, be it state, be it federal government. What we probably do need is sensible approaches and sensible measures that I think as a collective organisation and probably this chamber will start to work through in terms of our response.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If there's no other questions, CEO will report. We'll add the CEO's report as read in the minutes for us. And if I could just make a closing comment that just acknowledging Sal, 47 days in, there is definitely a renewed vigour of exactly what this council, these councillors have been requesting, which is to push the boundaries, do things differently for better. And that's exactly what you've taken on board. There's a lot of things that we have yet to do and started on, and you can see that register that you're very keen on finding a way through, which we look forward to the next one in another quarter's time when we can get some resolution on those. So I appreciate all your work, Sal, very much indeed. The motion before us is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's... Sorry, there is. Councillor Rebecca. Yeah. Sorry, I've just read straight off the screen there, Wendy. I apologise for that. So you're in for this one, so let's do all bar attachment 1. Okay? So we'll do all bar attachment 1, and therefore Councillor Rebecca can stay in the room. We had a mover of Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Wendy, for picking up on that. So the second motion will be that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received with the attachment 1 to the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Separate motion. Councillor Edwina, Councillor Melissa, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Welcome back. Councillors, we move then to item 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report, and that's been provided for you. I know this would have been picked up, but I'll mention it from the outset. On page 2, councillors, is just a couple of words that need to be adjusted. Such has been the case of recent times that we've been receiving, thankfully and gratefully, significant funds from the state government. In the case of Back Creek Bridge, on page 2, the advocacy inadvertently mentions another parkland that was actually funded through a federal government grant. So we just will make that adjustment, which is on your board papers, would say something different to what it is, but that's been amended now, and I thank you, Wendy, for doing that. So the first line would read Back Creek Bridge, and the second, or the first line in the substantive subject would be Back Creek Bridge instead of Black Gully. That's the only change. The councillors, I mentioned, a month in this game is quite interesting. A day in it actually is quite interesting. But if you go back a month of where we were, to receive $54 million for Crestbrook, to receive just over $20 million for Highfields, to know that $1 million has been committed to University of Southern Queensland for a tartan track, and of course the Back Creek Bridge at Kuya, all of which have been advocacy pieces. Probably the tartan track was a little bit out of the box for us, but the rest have certainly been advocacy pieces for us. And the funds coming through to Highfields is a great example of how our officers have worked hard through the Residential Activation Fund to have an application that's both eligible and successful. And the next round that comes up, we hope that we'll have additional applications that will go in as well. But councillors, that's the substantive report. I guess if there was one item that I would like to pull out, it is the letter of advocacy for the Yarraman State School for your Year 10 to be reinstated. That's attached to the report, so that councillors are aware of that, particularly councillors who spend some time in the northern zone at the moment. When you are up there, it would be an ideal opportunity to drop into the school and actually reinforce that our support is for them for that as well. So, councillors, that is the report. Are there any questions? Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. Just some comments and some questions. Back Creek Bridge, great advocacy from us, but most importantly, all the residents on the northern end of our region. They've got it through, and it'll be great to see that happen. Yarraman State School, I spoke to Mark Pennyclock on Thursday regarding that. And for any people who want to support that, go to the Yarraman State School Facebook page. There's a 4-page document there which you can fill out and advocate for Year 10 to be returned to that school, which would be great. Other questions? The $54 million that we have received, obviously we haven't received it yet. Have we got any updates of conditions, caveats, terms and conditions of how and when we will get that money?
It's a very good question, Councillor Trevor. So the Treasurer made the announcement. The dollars will sit with the Water Minister and Local Government Minister, Minister for Volunteers, Minister for Disaster Recovery, Anne Lay, who's well known to us here. And the conversation that I had with Anne only 2 days ago, in fact, in Gladstone, was that they are working through what that may look like, whether it's a lump sum or payments over time. And so it will sit with Minister Anne Lay now as the Water Minister. So that's the clarity that we have, and our team will be working with that department as well.
So obviously sometime in the future we'll get an update of how, when and why and all those bits and pieces. And we did send a letter to Anne Lay regarding any issues if we can't fulfil this, that or whatever with the dam. Obviously she's passed it to a gentleman called Chris Nielsen. Has there been any updates from him regarding issues if we can't do this, that or whatever with the dam?
It's a good question, and the Minister actually welcomed the question from Council as was put forward, and we've been referred, as you say, to the Dam Safety Regulator, Chris Nielsen, and I know that, and you will have been in sessions with our General Manager Jake in regard to the conversations we've been having with the Dam Safety Regulator over the time. However, importantly, our CEO also met with Chris Nielsen as well, so I might hand over to Sal for an update.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies, Councillor. I did have that in my report. So I did meet with Chris a couple of weeks ago now. Jake and I met with him, and we had a very good discussion around the project and his views. It's fair to say that the dam regulator is very supportive of the work we are doing, and he is impressed in the activities that we are undertaking. In essence, there's an obligation on us to meet the regulatory requirements that have been set by the government and the dam regulator, which is what we are doing. We will continue to do. I walked away from that meeting feeling that Chris will continue to work with us, and Chris is actually on side in terms of the challenges that we are facing, because this is a priority project, not only for the state, but I think in relation to the work that he's doing. So to answer your question, Councillor, a supportive regulator that's actually working with us, he will play his role, but at this stage I see no concerns in the relationship that we have with Chris.
Thank you, that's all.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'm a councillor for the whole of the region, but the request for our letter came from the Aerodrome principal and school body at the cycling Brisbane Rail Trail cycling event down there. So I don't know what's happened, but it's been gone for a few years. There, with all kudos to the principal and his team, the pupil numbers at Yarraman High School have increased, and the Attorney General, it is actually in her patch, Yarraman's in her patch. She supports it, and she suggested that they ask us for a letter of support as well. And if there's a website, that's fine. But I mean, the teaching team up there have done an amazing job, and they're drawing students from the region around Yarraman that used to go to other areas like Kingaroy and places like that. So I think it's imperative that we try to get the P to 10 as it is called, and they've only go to 9, and I think it'd be great encouragement to the community to have that back. So the whole of the community is in favour of that, the whole of the Yarraman community. So I thank the Mayor for putting that at my request to send that letter there. Thank you. And the Attorney General has recognised that we're in support of that as well. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion is simply that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then, councillors, to item 12, which is the officer's report, and 12.1 is the Regional Development Statistics Report, and I invite GM Ed Johnson to come forward to present the report for July 2025. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Attached to report 12.1 is the Regional Development Statistics Report, and I commend that report to you. I will point out an increase in home completions, which is a lead indicator of lots under construction within the region. So I think that's quite a positive trend, and that sits within the future housing supply component of the executive summary there. We are continuing to work with our development industry, and it's an evolving conversation with a significant amount of work underway in the background to promote the role of pre-lodgement meetings and the services that council can offer through that pre-lodgement process to assist in, I guess, de-risking applications from a proponent's perspective, but also identifying early issues that council will need to see resolved should matters and proposals progress to an application. So we continue to see that process bear fruit. And I will point out within that graph at 3.2, withdrawn requests there can often be withdrawn as a result of either a phone call or an email dealing with the substantive issue rather than having to have a meeting. So that is a bit of a change of pace in terms of how we're dealing with it and trying to meet the customer as quickly as we can and deal with the issues in and of themselves. Our incentive policies, turning towards item 6 within the report, continue to draw strong lodgements, which you'll see at 6.1, and then applications determined at 6.2, quite strong and positive to see that those policies are delivering what they're intended to do and what they say on the tin. Aside from that, happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, GM Ed. Questions? Councillor Trevor?
Thanks, Ed. You've been here how many days? Sal's counting. Are you counting? With your personality, with what you're trying to engage with all the building groups and goodness knows what in town with applications and that, are you finding your new style and your team's new style getting traction across the community, UDIA, all those different groups? Is it working with your one-on-one meetings to get to a result quicker?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I don't know whether it's necessarily my personal style or the style of the new management team, but what I will say is a brand new management team of a new GM and 4 new managers within that breeds a culture of change within the organisation, as well as reaffirming a new direction that we're looking to take things, focused on our customer, focused on the experience of the customer, and resolving issues either early or being very firm in terms of these are issues that may not be overcomeable from council's perspective, and we'd advocate for a change of direction from a proponent perspective. I think that is bearing fruit. Our staff are feeling very supported through that process and working through some long-standing applications that we're trying to clear off the books through that. In terms of direct engagement with industry, that continues, and there is long-standing relationships and understanding the lay of the land, if you will, through that process, as well as, well, what is council's role in the development process, and being quite firm with folks around, well, what are we willing to do through that, but equally, what's the role of the proponent through that? I think if there's to be success in changing the culture of development within that region, it requires improvement from council and council officers, but equally it requires improvement from the developers themselves and their consultants and allied professionals within that. We all work together every single day, and we can all improve through that, and that's certainly the focus of what we're trying to do at the moment.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you. A couple more questions. Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, thanks very much for your report, General Manager Ed. I sent 2 questions through to you in advance, if I might, Chair. The first, if we can go to section 7 of your report, the table under 7.1, ministerial infrastructure designations, under the state government designations and declarations. So my first question is, the report lists the social housing MIDs, thank you for that, Wendy, on Tor Street and also Princess Street. The one on Snell Street has fallen off the list because that's now complete. We attended the opening of it last week. But the question's been asked of me personally, if council entered into an infrastructure agreement in relation to that, and if so, what are the headline details of that, please?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question and providing it on notice. The development at Snell Street was approved by the state under a ministerial infrastructure designation, as you've rightly pointed out. Council actually levied infrastructure charges on that development to the value of $228,104 in March of this year. That infrastructure charges notice was fully paid by the applicant on the 18th of July, and on that basis, no infrastructure agreement was entered into for this site, as the relevant charges were paid in full through the infrastructure charges notice process. Those charges were levied in accordance with the infrastructure charges resolution at the time, based on the number of dwellings with a credit applied for the existing commercial land use, as per, I guess, the usual practice. And in relation to the other MIDs that you've raised, at Princess Street, an infrastructure agreement has been entered into for the infrastructure charges totalling $1.7 million, excluding GST, which was determined by the interim CEO and acting general manager at the time. And for Tor Street, which is the St Vincent de Paul site, no infrastructure agreement has yet been entered into, and no infrastructure charges have at this stage been levied, noting that the MID was very recently decided in contextual terms. I guess the latest MID issued at 112 Mary Street, which I actually don't think is on that list, is treated in the same way as the St Vincent de Paul project insofar that charges have not been levied. However, officers are reviewing the systems and processes with a view to circling back to council to ensure consistency in light of the legislative changes that now allow for councils to levy infrastructure charges associated with certain types of ministerial infrastructure designations.
Thank you. I didn't ask for this actually in the question, but could you just give us an idea, the community an idea for that Snell Street one and the $228,000 and change that you were referring to? What sort of thing does council do with that money?
Thank you, councillors. Through the chair, that $228,000 goes directly into our Trunk Infrastructure Reserve Fund for the delivery of infrastructure of a trunk nature across our 5 infrastructure networks. So a direct improvement to our networks across the city in accordance with the schedule of works within the local government infrastructure plan. Thank
you for that. And my second one, if I might, Chair. So we're talking about those ministerial infrastructure designations, and in the next item on the agenda, 12.2, is in reference to traffic. And one of the ministerial infrastructure designations that is on our list in 7.1 will have an impact on the traffic. So the question, I suppose, is those MIDs can sometimes involve schools, and we are having those discussions about traffic. So do you feel that the cumulative impact of traffic and council's advocacy on this is being received and acted on by the state government?
Thank you, councillor, and through the chair. For clarity's sake and to take a step back before I answer the substantive question, the ministerial infrastructure designations are assessed and decided by the Planning Minister under the provisions of the Planning Act. That process sets aside council's normal and typical assessment role, meaning council is consulted as a stakeholder as opposed to the decision maker as they ordinarily would be for development within the local government area. So while the traffic impacts, including those associated with schools, form part of the state's assessment, there's no statutory requirement for the state to adopt necessarily council's advice or recommendations. And I will point out that council officers consistently raise the cumulative impacts of new and expanded schools through our formal responses and our ongoing advocacy with state agencies. And in some cases, that advocacy has contributed to further discussion and or design changes. However, I will sort of state that the ultimate decision-making authority vests with the state. However, with changes in the approach that we're undertaking here and a more collaborative approach with engagement and communication with the state government, I think that our advocacy through that and our discussions with the state is beginning to bear fruit. I will acknowledge again, though, that we're not a formal decision-making authority, but we will continue to communicate the needs for impacts of development, cumulative or otherwise, to be appropriately mitigated relative to the scale, location and impact, so that these approvals that are issued outside of our standard approval processes are assessed and decided consistently within the region.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just further to my question to the CEO before in relation to global warming, would you see a role to be played in the planning portfolio in terms of meeting the challenges that have become apparent?
Thank you, councillor. Through the chair, planning is about the future, fundamentally. So there is a role, and it's, I guess, to the CEO's point earlier, there is a role for this council to play in that space. I guess it's commensurate to the level of impact and change that we can expect to see within our region. In quite broad terms, our plan making process that we are midway through with the planning scheme project does compel us and require council to factor in changes to climate and responses to particular types of events, be they wet hazards such as flooding, or sort of what we'd call dry hazards such as bushfires. So it is front of mind in the bodies of work that are underway in terms of plan making, and equally as we assess and decide development applications, we bake in the appropriate assessment regimes to ensure that flooding, because it's quite an easy one contextually. The standards that we assess flood modelling against continues to be updated as the legislation and guidance material through engineering authorities is likewise updated. So it is part and parcel of what we do every day, and will continue to be so.
Any other questions for GM Ed? If there's not, the motion before us is that the report of the General Manager Planning and Development Group on the regional development statistics for July 2025 be noted by Council. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, GM Ed. Do appreciate that. We move then to item 12.2, which are the traffic signals at the intersection of Mackenzie Street and Margaret Street, East Toowoomba. And this is a closeout report. Now, noting, Trevor, you made the declaration and we've dealt with that. So when we go to vote, we will call for a division of the vote just from a recording perspective, because there was a declaration. Welcome to you, GM Mike. I'll hand directly over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Happy to table for noting close-out report in respect to the traffic signals at the intersection of Mackenzie Street and Market Street, East Toowoomba. This was a request councillors may remember back from February this year in the ordinary meeting, that a report by the September come to Council and to give an update on the initiatives we've taken to improve the traffic situations both in and around the signals themselves, but also in respect to Curzon Street. You'll note from the information within the report, councillors, that we've had Transmax back to do an update report in August there, which demonstrates, as noted in the report, some reasonable improvements in regards to the operations of the traffic lights themselves. Cycle length being reduced by an average of 11%, cycle times between 20 and 30 seconds, up of that amount improvements. Unnecessary traffic light phases avoided, and the actual Margaret Street, which is our arterial, sub-arterial, they're taking increased traffic. The outcome of that, and also the traffic, local area traffic management improvements that we've done in Curzon Street itself, has seen a reduction in the use of Curzon Street, as noted in the report as well, and as shown in the second attachment, which shows up to, particularly in the southbound direction, close to 40% reduction in traffic. So I'm happy to just note those things through you, Mr Mayor. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mike. Questions in regard to this report, noting that it is for noting. Question, Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. GM Mike, what's been the total cost of Transmax and all the other bits and pieces we've added on to the Margaret and Mackenzie Street intersection lights upgrade? Because we had that was a black spot funding issue, and that was obviously paid for. But with all the other bits and pieces, what's been the total add-on cost to alleviate traffic volume, flows, all that type of stuff?
Look, I think I'll take this question without notice, particularly that second part. The Transmax costs are in the order of about 15,000. But in respect to the other costs, in respect to the actual cost of works in Curzon Street and that, I'll take that as a question without notice.
Thank you, Mike. And you'll be able to just shoot a correspondence around. We'd appreciate that. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, GM Mike. Just in relation to this, I know we seem to have these constant knock-on effects of all of our different changes, the lights on Margaret now, the changes on Curzon. We just had a petition now for the volume of traffic that is heading down Bridge Street. I guess, do we as a business have an overall strategy or plan for that part of Toowoomba, considering our continued growth, the growth in the schools, and the growth in housing around that area, the hospital? It's quite a hotspot, I suppose you'd say, and I feel like, I guess, going with this is we continue to kick the can down the road in the fact that we make a change, but it just moves and then it moves to somewhere else. And do we have an overall plan of attack for this part of town?
You may remember, thank you for the question, Councillor, you may remember we've had a couple of discussions on this sort of point and indicated to Council the sort of indicative dollars of undertaking Pacific area traffic studies and the like, and I think Council's discussed that a couple of times. However, at this stage has not sort of progressed that to being funded. As East Toowoomba is just one area of the city, obviously. From a whole of city perspective, we've got pressure points in different areas and other pressure points coming on, such as will come with the new hospital, new Toowoomba Hospital. That area will get significant increases in traffic in due course. So those broader community impacts are going to come as development fronts actually develop around the city. In regards to greater Toowoomba area, transport planning, as I've mentioned to Council, there's a workshop organised for November. Council will talk about transport planning in regards to the greater, from a network perspective. So that'll talk probably more at a higher level than the granular level, but at the same time it may touch on certain points in respect to that as well.
I know we have discussed it a number of times, but you know, we looked at our parking strategy and we're told by consultants that this part of Toowoomba, he's seen some of the worst behaviour of parking in all of the towns that he's looked at in this area, and I guess parking, roads, traffic management, all of this shouldn't be looked in isolation. I guess this is something for the CEO, and I know this is just one pinch point in our region, but it is a very big pinch point considering the number of schools and the hospitals surrounding. Thank you.
Very good. We'll take that on as a comment as well. We've got Councillor James and Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. My question, just in two questions, if I may, please, Chair. First of all, is so what is the monitoring process from here in regards to this? I know it was kind of touched on before, but what's in place in terms of future monitoring of this particular site?
Yeah, all our traffic lights are monitored, nearly 24/7. So we have the Regional Operations Centre out at Charlton, where through the day we're monitoring the operations of the signals, Council's own signals across nearly 80 sets across the city. And then overnight, with the support of TMR, the whole network, their network here in the city, and our ones are being looked after as well. So there's that daily monitoring, and if there's something from a daily perspective, particularly if there's an accident at a set of signals or those sorts of things, we'll take interventions as necessary. In respect to monitoring what's happening here at this specific intersection, after today it'll be treated like other intersections. We'll get the same level of attention as the other 80, and that's the plan going forward. So if there's issues arise, they'll be managed. As technology and other improvements in this in the traffic signal space develops over the years ahead, obviously where we can implement that and get even further improvements, that's what will be intended as funding that becomes available.
Thanks, General Manager Mike. Through you, Mayor, if I can, the concern I have around that, and completely understand as we talk about it across the region, having all these different areas. But I mean, we've implemented this. We know we've had to make some tweaks with it. We've gone to this level that we've spoken about here with reports, and if I can find it, I think it's just somewhere in Transmax's final comment or something, or in their summary. Oh, sorry, yeah, page 4 or 6. Sorry, is where I'm referring to. It's in the italics. Section here, like it clearly stipulates a point. It's recommended, whilst it's retained, the intersection continued to be monitored for any changes in the local traffic patterns. So I think when we came to this point, and when we went, a lot of debate around this set of traffic lights in this situation in Toowoomba, I think the key thing we wanted to be able to do with it was give some form of clarity, I suppose, to community around it. And I just personally, I have to say, whilst I understand what Transmax has put there, for me personally, it doesn't actually fill me with a lot of confidence when there's words like operating efficiently given the geometric design. So we know there's issues that sits around that. They've said that it's recommended that it continue to be monitored for changes. And then also, probably further adding to that, it's just, but I mean, there's a couple of points around that. When I read that, it didn't fill me with a lot of confidence, meaning that I think that we've spoken about it before when we went through the debate of this situation and we've seen another, as Councillor Farquhar pointed out, another petition come in today. There's a lot of different pressure points around that. So where I'm going with all of this, I guess, is one that it doesn't fill me with a huge amount of confidence statements like that, but at the same time, I think we need to be reassured around how it's going to be monitored moving forward for any changes in those patterns, because it can change again.
Appreciate the question, Councillor. I suppose we've got to balance what we do in regards to monitoring this intersection with the rest of the network that we've got to look after, and the amount of time and effort that we've got to put in to everything that has to be done. As you pointed out, there's different things happening, and Councillor Farquhar a moment ago mentioned all the developments that are happening in that area. From time to time, like we've got the grammar school development, we've got, as you said, up Fairholme, other ones. You saw some of the mids in the previous report that are happening. So when we say we'll monitor it from time to time as the local traffic patterns happen, they rarely happen overnight, those significant change. But as the years go on and we get differences and changes in the types of developments or in that area, the schools and stuff, there will be potentially a need to tweak and how the operations of those intersections work. As I've mentioned as council before, there's a new set of traffic lights going into Herry Street. So as part of the Toowoomba Grammar development, those sorts of changes will change the behaviour of some drivers. Herry Street today is a bit of a free run through. As soon as there's traffic lights there, some drivers, their behaviour changes, and they'll, at different times of day, they may take different routes. We'll be monitoring that and, this set of lights, and as I said, other pressure points across the city as part of the business as usual day-to-day practices of running traffic signals within a city.
Just final point, if I can, Mayor. I understand and respect that point of view, Mike, but the concern I have around it is obviously we implemented this to improve efficiency and safety and all of those aspects in that area. So we have made a significant change to traffic behaviours in that area. So whilst, again, understanding business as usual across all of these, I just think the fact we've made significant change in this area, and we're continuing up till this day to get petitions that are lodged with council that are all related in a way to this. I just think it's really important that we continue to monitor this, because it needs to achieve what it was put in place to achieve.
And its primary objective, councillors, was safety, okay? And you may know the accident types, cyclists that were hit and different other ones that were hit up Margaret Street. Yes, this is a consequential outcome of putting a set of traffic lights in there. We'll continue monitoring, as I've sort of explained, and keep an eye on what's happening there. If there's a significant change in traffic or driver behaviour in the area. Adjustments will be made as and when required. As I said, also technology. There's projects starting to happen around Australia. Different councils looking at how AI can come in and in regards to control of traffic signals. Those are going to be interesting projects to look at how they, the development of AI in that space and how that's going to improve traffic efficiency, those sorts of issues, and some of the issues that, from time to time arise from the public in respect to signals everywhere.
Thanks very much, Councillor James. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, General Manager Mike, for this report. I want to pick up the points raised by the previous two speakers and support them in their questions and their observations as well. My first question, Chair, if we go to page 3 of 6 of the report, it talks about traffic signal operation improvements. And we've had to make changes because the coordinated plan, there were problems with it. So we had to make some modifications as a result of that. My question is, if council laws hadn't asked for this report to come back to us, and there hadn't been the focus of the council laws on this, would it have been the case that as part of that routine monitoring that you talk about that happens out at Charlton, would those changes have been made and the modifications to the coordinated plan been done?
I'm probably looking into something in hindsight, I suppose, through a crystal ball to say whether they've been picked up. Okay, as we see with a set of signals, something not working, okay, or not going as well as it should, we will look at those signals and see what improvements we can develop for those intersections. So in the normal course of events, we're always looking at various intersections to see what can be improved. Our budget is pretty limited across the city. We've raised this previously with council in regards to looking at the whole of the network and the whole of the signals, and previous reports and information sessions have been placed before council. So based within the available resourcing and funding that we have to manage the signals, these things get picked up when we can. In respect to your question, which is specific to this, in this case, we have obviously had a focus on this set of signals. So, it's good that in its first couple of years that we are, closely monitoring. That does tend to be fairly typical with anything new, just from a commissioning point of view.
My second question, if I might, thanks for your answer, General Manager. My second question, if we go to just near the conclusion of the report, but we talk about how you all right, Wendy? Okay, thanks. I think someone's out there with yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. So we talk in this report about something that we all know, which is that as the city continues to grow, traffic volumes, I'm quoting from the report here, as the city continues to grow, traffic volumes will also continue to increase across the network. And as I raised, and then Councillor Farquhar raised, and then Councillor O'Shea raised, we know that this area has MIDs on it. We know that we've talked about the changes that are happening. We've talked in the past about the importance of, because it is a grid network, if we make a change in some place, the impacts are certainly going to be felt somewhere else, and that we need to have that bigger picture approach, because otherwise we're just shifting the problem from one spot to another. We've talked about all of this, and General Manager Mike, you talked about how important safety is, but it just seems to me that this report comes to us for noting, and it spells out that we should be steeling ourselves for increased traffic problems because of growth, and there's also some changes to the network that we know that the state government is doing through that mid-process. So we know what's coming, and it just feels like, to me personally, we're not currently, and I'm hopeful that that workshop in November will pick this up, it feels like we're sort of walking towards what we know as an inevitability, but we're not actually doing anything about how to make some of those changes. And if we know that we're going to have increased traffic, well, what are we doing then to relieve that issue? And I think that's where we need to turn our minds to. And to that end, if we want less cars on those roads, are we investing adequately in the footpath infrastructure? Are we advocating, and I'd say the answer is yes, but for increased public transport so that we do actually get cars off? We get this report, it's telling us look what's coming, guys, and I really just think, are we adequately taking the next step, which is to address what this report is telling us, and that then more needs to be done.
So, Councillor, I might take that question. Yesterday I spent 2.5 hours with both Ed and Mike sitting around my table with a plan looking at our city and starting to work out what are the transport patterns, what are the land use patterns. So to answer your question directly, yes. It is something that I'm concerned about. It is something that we do need to do. While we will have these localised issues, and this is a localised one, right? There are broader issues that we really do need to be turning our mind to. The new hospital will have some significant implications to the way our network will operate. It will have significant implications to the way patients actually get to that hospital. The land use patterns around that area and what we're doing. So yes, we are. The workshop is a starting point. I've tasked both Ed and Mike to start looking at not only the way the land use patterns will operate in the city, but then the transport networks. I still struggle to understand that a city of this size does not have pedestrian crossings in its main CBD, and we prioritise cars over pedestrians. So all of those discussions I really do want to bring back to this chamber, because if we are serious about encouraging the utilisation of public transport and making the city a walkable city, we have to have a robust discussion around cars, the way pedestrians utilise this city, but more those land use planning patterns that are then supported by Transport Councillor.
Through the chair, that is wonderful to hear. That's music to our ears, because we have spoken, for instance, about the new hospital. We've talked about how the ambulances are going to be able to cross where we know that there's freight trains. We've talked about this. We've talked about the activation of the rail network that links north to south. So commend those conversations and that wider approach. So I'm looking forward to November. Thank you.
Councillor Kerry, and then Councillor Bill.
Thanks.
Councillor Carroll, you've got a question as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I wanted to raise the question of the proposed lights at Suffolk Street and in Herrie Street, outside the grammar school, and the effect that it would have, or would it have an effect on the traffic rate in Margaret Street? You touched on that in answer to another question, but if you, I was just wondering the timing of the lights to be erected in Suffolk Street, in Herrie Street, next to Suffolk Street, and the workshop that's going to take place in November. I was just wondering whether it would be better to make sure that we have some data on the effect of the lights in Herrie Street for consideration at that workshop, or that is not possible.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. In respect to the workshop in November, it's at a higher level, it's more strategic. level. That's where there will be, not too similar to what we recently did with the parking strategy. There'll be catch-ups with councillors to see if there's any particular points that some councillors have. But we'll look at those sorts of things. Particularly in regards to Herries and Suffolk, that project's in progress of the construction of those signals, I think fairly imminent, as in over this foreseeable future. So what will happen there, we don't have the numbers that you're after. We haven't done any traffic studies. That was all done as part of a MID and a transport impact assessment, TIA, as they call it. And so we don't have any details of its broader effect to that area at this point in time.
Is it available to get? No?
We'd have to do a study if we want to look. It's a bit like, as I've mentioned to council before, if you want to see East Toowoomba in a whole, we can do a study, but that's an investment of a fair few dollars. If you're trying to
what I'm
to
referring
see
to
those
is the
broader
study.
impacts.
What I'm referring to is the study that's already done.
The MID and the TIA are in public realm, so that information is
So
available
that
to
might
council.
be useful. Might be useful. That's what you're requesting, Councillor Carey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, I can get a copy of that to council.
Maybe useful. Yeah. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of comments, if I may. Sal's reassuring to hear your comments about my upcoming workshop, and Ed. We have the current situation, and in some ways the horse is bolted, so we've got to apply the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. And the scary part about it is, as Councillor Rebecca and Councillor James and others have raised, that is a compounding issue. So let alone get enough in a budget to address technology and how the AI options for traffic lights, that's a current, and we need enough money in the budget to address that. Some of these other things around, if we project forward in future growth settlement patterns and land use planning and corridors secured, or the lack of willingness at this stage, perhaps for state to step up and secure a corridor to service our growth fronts to the south and north. That is scary. That is real scary, because we will see greater impacts. Extrapolated out another 5 years, let alone 10, when you have an increasing population to the north filtering through the north side of Toowoomba to head down the range, where will they naturally go? And consequently, hospital mentioned, and from the south, where do they go? So we actually have to turn our minds seriously to an adequate revision of LGIP to ensure that there's trunk infrastructure provisioning. All those sorts of things are serious, because let's think about the next 5 years, let alone the next 10, and what those traffic impacts look on the current grid network as the growth settlement pattern continues to spread out. That is concerning. That is inevitable, so those corridors and that land use planning is critical. And a final comment, we need to share the love with our state members. If there's MIDs, despite infrastructure charges, but the collective impacts, we need to share the love with our state members and direct inquiries to those individuals when they're in their electorates and there are significant development impacts from infill and ministerial designations. We're all rowing the boat the same here. We all live in the same community. So I see it as a great challenge, really. Something that we need to devote time and money and energy and effort to? Just comments.
Councillor Bill, I'll take those as comment, but I'll just add a couple. So in my discussions with the Director General of Transport and Main Roads, I did ask Sally about some more investment in this city from a broader transport perspective. I have a meeting, I think, next week or the week after with our Regional Director of Transport and Main Roads, where we'll start to escalate this discussion as well. You are correct. The need to preserve corridor may have already passed, but we need to have a serious discussion around what does happen with the north-south corridor, and we need to start to plan for that now. In terms of the discussion around the ministerial designations as well, we have raised, and Ed and I are both raising, while there is no obligation on the state to tell us, the obligation to maybe give us some heads up would be really beneficial as we start to give those consideration. The attention really does need to turn to what type of city do we intend to grow into, what type of region do we intend to grow in, and the transport patterns and the land use patterns around it, considering that we want to have a high utilisation of PT, a better walk-up catchment, and probably a more utilisation of active transport corridors as well. And at some point, probably a broader discussion around what the speed limits around this city need to be put onto the table as well. So those discussions are definitely occurring. They are discussions that are here and live. There is one third element to that, and that'll be Jake, as we start to look at the formation of the city, is how we service it from a water perspective and those other activities. So I can assure you that they are occurring, and you'll start to see more being brought to this chamber over time.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, you had a question?
I haven't got a question, I've got a comment, Mr Mayor, and I'd just like to say I understand the issues here. It's been brought by ISG to this room many times that if we want to have a study done, it's going to cost quite a lot of money, and it should not just be East Toowoomba. I'm the only person, I believe, who lives east of Ruthven Street, down the south, where we've got one of the largest high schools. We've got 5 primary schools and 4 childcare centres and an application for another one, all within about 500 square metres. And at the south, there's gridlock in every east-west street in the mornings between 8:15 and whatever. So it's not just one area where we need to focus on. The people down the south don't seem to be too noisy, but I can tell you that it's taken me a long time to find a way to get to work that takes me less than 45 minutes with school traffic, and you're at a standstill. So I think what Mr Brady has brought to us many times is if we want to have a meaningful input into the way the traffic moves around schools and hospitals and other things, we need to have a whole of area in not the inner CBD, but the CBD with our large public schools and other things. We need to have a proper study done on that, which allows us then to plan how things go. And this set of traffic lights, I think, should just be monitored the way every other, not just Charlton, every other set of our traffic lights is monitored. So at the end of the day, it's not about one area of the city. There are choke points in other areas of the city as well. And I think if we need as councillors to understand that if we're going to have any meaningful understanding of that, we need to conduct a proper study of what's happening now and what the way forward is. And that has been asked for here. Unfortunately, it costs money. But I think that we need to get behind that, and that's the only way we can meaningfully make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melissa, question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, GM Brady, for the report. Just a question. When there was a comment made earlier that councillors actually did request. I'm just going to come this way a little bit. No, you're right. That councillors requested that this report come as a follow-up due to, the issues around that intersection. Thank you. Is it and I'm just asking about the process when it comes to black spot funding. Is it process that I know obviously studies are done prior because then you apply for the black spot funding, but is it part of process that you actually then monitor the effects of the project after it's done to ensure the positive outcome of the black spot funding and the project that was completed?
We do. Probably not to a huge degree, as in the level of monitoring you might think. But what we do, we check in every probably couple of years on some of the works that we've done and seeing if there's a pattern of change in incidents and accidents that occur at a certain intersection. We know from as we go forward with the next sets of black spot submissions we put in, we do reflect on what we have put in the past, where it's been working, and the different positive outcomes that we've achieved. So that's, for instance, I know it's a little bit controversial, but taking out that filtered turn ability at sets of traffic lights, just that in itself has had a major significant improvement or reduction in incidents at those intersections. So as much as that is an inconvenience to the driver behaviour, and we know that, we also know from evidence that, it is actually protecting lives.
Thanks very much. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Trevor.
Maybe more a comment. With the installation of the proposed lights at Herries and Suffolk Street, also looking at the Lindsay Street with possible speed reductions there, that whole area is going to change. The dynamic of driving in that whole area is going to change. It's beyond belief, sitting here for 18 months, where you've got a parameter at the Glennie School with student-activated lights instead of putting in proper, what we've done on Margaret and Mackenzie, and now we're putting in Herrie Street, why we couldn't have a system like Glennie School does with their student-activated lights, where the students cross when there's school on. Other than that, it's just a flow through. It's still a 40 zone during the day, which is great, but I still can't get my head around why that wasn't incorporated up there on the Margaret Street side for grammar, and now they're going to have the agricultural centre on the other side of Herrie Street, why that couldn't have been incorporated into that. Just a comment, and it may be taken on notice.
We'll take it as a comment. It's out of our realm.
Yeah, I'll just, if I could, through you, Mayor, just comment. Look, we did look at the Glennie type of situation with the developer in respect to there. It won't work there, and there's reasons behind that. I know from your perspective, remember that the Glennie lights obviously went in a couple of decades ago. Okay, they have a two-campus model, as you're well aware, and so they cross there, and it's in a straight section of road without other too great an impact of minor sort of intersections there. I think you'll find once programmed, and they'll monitor the programming, because they'll come across to us and we'll be monitoring them. It'll be mainly through those, Herrie Street will be the major route through. And so the majority of the time, the impact on drivers through there will be minimal, other than, as you said, children crossing the road. There's other complexities in there as well. They're having to put in bus stops. We've got about 3 bus stops to put in. There's other works that they're having to do in that whole area as part of their development. So there's a few things happening there that add to the complexities of how traffic's going to move there. And we know right now that's a difficult area, particularly in peak school hours.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca, question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you. Listening to all of the points that have been raised by councillors today, and the issues are across the entire city. So we've talked about around Rockville and the Bailey Henderson site. We've talked around Newtown and the Herries up around Anzac Avenue with Glennie and all. We're talking about an entire citywide issue here, and that's exactly, CEO Sal, what you seem to have been discussing in your conversations with the General Manager of ISG and also the General Manager of Planning. What we're being asked to do here is to note the report. And I think you've probably picked up a bit of unease amongst the councillors that are we just noting what we're seeing as problems, and can you give us some reassurance or suggest a way for us to make sure that this isn't a full stop at the end of this report and it's actually a comma because we're doing this other work? And I think that we've talked a lot about safety today, but the other real issue here is productivity and the loss of productivity for us as a region, because we are losing productivity every time people are sitting at multiple sets of lights waiting for the change to clear. So there might be some unease around the table of endorsing a recommendation to note a report if there's not a confidence that there is a bigger strategic piece here that needs our attention from a safety and a productivity perspective. Can you give us some guidance on that? And potentially even, do we need to add something to that recommendation to make sure that this isn't the end of what we're talking about here, that it is a wider issue and there's more work to be done?
Thank you, Councillor. It's quite fortunate you have two individuals sitting right behind you who have some very broad experience around the challenges that Brisbane had in relation to transport planning. There isn't a silver bullet for transport planning, full stop, because no matter what we end up doing, we'll either move the problem to another part of the city or to another set of streets. I think what we need to do is step up. What we've brought to you today is a closeout report on a particular that particular intersection is a strange one. As a newbie to this city, when I went through it, I went, what the hell? But it actually does work, right? It now works. It makes it a much safer intersection. And the forefathers who decided to continue to name streets that go for miles and have kinks in them probably have some issues to address. To come back to your original question, yes, we are. We really need, what I'm keen to do is step up and look at those very issues that you've just raised around what is the form and function of this city and how do we make it best and most efficient. We won't be able to resolve every problem, and there's going to be winners and losers. And at some point, we will need to make a decision in this room as to what is the most optimal outcome in that sense, a way our traffic patterns will and won't work. In doing that, which is why Ed is so important in this discussion, is what land use patterns and what type of city do we want to be? What type of CBD do we want to be? Those employment generators, unfortunately, we can't move. We're not going to move the hospital. We're not going to move the school. We're not going to move those other ones, but we have to work around them. And some of those decisions, I think, may not be palatable to some members of the community, but we're going to need to make some of those decisions. What I'm keen to do is really get my subject matter experts that are sitting around this room to start to turn their minds to what do those land use patterns look like? What are those transport requirements that you've rightly pointed out to me that need to be considered from the point of view of public transport, better utilisations of it, and then come up with a model or a plan that actually makes this city work. Because one thing I can assure you, if we get it wrong, it won't work and it won't attract, and we will grind it to a halt. If we get the balance right, it will start to succeed, but we will always have the Margaret, Curzon, Mackenzie issues to deal with. We'll always have the request that comes in that says we've got too many trucks on our streets. We need to turn our mind to that. We need to service local communities. We need to get goods and services. It's how we manage them in an appropriate manner. So, Councillor Rebecca, yes, we are definitely turning our mind to. Will the team not consider? No, I've actually been out to the Charlton Depot and I've spent about half an hour with the traffic guys that monitor the traffic lights. It's actually quite interesting to watch. I actually quite enjoy it. But the ability to then start to use AI, camera detection to actually get those traffic flows, the utilisation of priority traffic light systems like Brisbane implemented for ambulances, where we actually start to use that tech does allow that flow. I'm confident that the skills now sit within the organisation. What we need to do is start bringing that to the table to give you the confidence.
Thank you. So is that something that we need to articulate today, or is that something that you will undertake operationally, CEO?
I think it's squarely in my crosshairs, councillor.
Very good. Any other questions, comments?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just will say that we have that ability to change them.
Very good. So therefore, councillors, the motion before us is simply that council note the report. Moved by councillor Carroll, seconded by councillor Melissa. Any need to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, Mike. I beg your pardon? Trevor voted for. That's right. Sorry, yes, for division of the vote. Yeah, good. Trevor voted for. Appreciate it. Councillors, we'll deal with item 13 and 14, and then we'll adjourn for half an hour or so. So the first item is number 13, matters for which notice has been given, of which there is none. And number 14, any other business council determines by resolution, effectively general business. I haven't been notified of any general business. So therefore, councillors, our next item, and for those watching online and those in the public, the next item will be to close the meeting, of which we will do when we return, just from a purpose of those in the room. When we come back, that's the first thing we'll do, is close the meeting. So therefore, you've got pre-warning that we'll be closing the meeting. So therefore, happy for someone to move to adjourn the meeting and we'll return at 12:35. 12:35. Moved by councillor Trevor. 5 minutes will be enough for you. Moved by councillor Trevor, seconded by councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Good afternoon, councillors, and welcome back to the September ordinary meeting of council. We will move to item 15, which is the closing of the meeting to the public. However, noting that we do have some declarations of conflict of interest, of which we had Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Melissa, who were determined by council through resolution that they can stay in the room, participate and vote on the matter. However, in my circumstance, it was deemed that I could not do that. So I will be removing myself for that item, which is 16.1. Following 16.1, by which Councillor Rebecca will chair the meeting, you'll obviously open the meeting, you'll then vote on that item, and then I'll be able to return for item 16.2. So with that said, councillors, I call for a motion to close the meeting. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll go into closed session. Thanks, Wendy.
Okay, councillors, we are live once again. Councillor Melissa Taylor, you wish to make a position?
Thank you, Chair. I have reconsidered my position and in regards to my declaration previously, and I will now leave the room for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor has reconsidered her previous position in relation to the declaration and not be involved in the discussions nor the voting on this matter. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. We've got that recorded there, Wendy. And before we close, can we just have the reasons for closing the meeting? Thank you very much. This is in relation to 16.1. The reason for the closed meeting, councillors, is that this report discusses matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals and legal advice. Therefore, it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3F. Matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals. And E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Do I have somebody move that we close the meeting? Councillor O'Shea, a seconder, Councillor Carol Taylor, all of those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Thank you, Wendy. We'll close the meeting. Okay, we're live again, councillors. Thanks to all those people's patience who are. We do have to move out of closed session because the Mayor will be rejoining us, and so will Councillor Taylor. So we can move out of this session. We can vote on this. So we're in an open session. Thank you, Councillor Manteifel and Councillor O'Shea. We're in open session, and Councillor Melissa Taylor and the Mayor will stay away while we undertake this vote, and then we still have another confidential item. Okay. So the motion, councillors, before us for item 16.1 in relation to the Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited Board renewal. The Council resolve 1, its ongoing commitment to the Empire Theatre as a critical and highly valued asset to this community, which provides art and cultural services to the residents and visitors of this region. As part of this commitment, the Chief Executive Officer or his nominated delegate undertake a review of the Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited controlled entity structure by the 17th of April 2026. While this review is being undertaken, the following applies. A, Andrew Vineland remains as Director and Chair for Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited to the 17th of April 2026. B, Thomas Bill Armanack remains as Company Secretary for Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited to the 17th of April 2026. C, Suzanne Burns, Donald John Pearson, Janelle Davis, Thomas Bill Armanack, Christopher Stewart and James O'Day remain as Directors for the Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited to the 17th of April 2026. Number 2, that the Chief Executive Officer or his nominated delegate commence any necessary recruitment processes for the Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited Board before 17th of April 2026, in brackets, noting existing directors may reapply. We'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor McMahon, a seconder in Councillor Carol Taylor. All those who are in favour? That is carried unanimously from everybody in the room. We need a division of the vote on that because we had Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Jeff McDonald absent. So, Wendy, all councillors present voted in favour of that resolution. I thank you, councillors, for your patience, and the Mayor will now resume the chair before we close again to go back into item 16.2, which is also confidential.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Councillors, we move then to the next item. However, in doing so, we do require to go into a closed session, and the reason for this closed session is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report and quarterly legal update for September 2025. The report concerns industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings following the local government, involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, local government regulation 2020-12. So effectively, what we're calling for is someone to move that we go into a closed session. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we have a motion on the screen there for item 16.2. It's the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report and quarterly legal update, September 2025. And the report is simply, or the motion is simply that the Council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Someone move. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. We then move to group reports, councillors, which is item number 17. 17.1 is the group report for planning and development. Ed, welcome back to you. We do appreciate your attendance, and I'll hand over to you for the report, noting that each of these would be as read. However, I'll hand over to you, Ed, in case there's something that's different from when you wrote the report to where we are today.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to commend the report to you and take it as read. Very happy to take any questions that may arise.
Okay, questions for Ed? No questions? Comment? Councillor Carroll?
And Ed, to you, I see here the moving of the Nobby jail to a prominent location in town. It's a great result, and to think that a property owner has done that, I'm really pleased to see the history of Nobby being recognised in that way and adding to the tourism appeal for the little township. So thank you very much for putting that in there. I appreciate it.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? If not, the motion before us is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Have someone move. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Ed. We then move to item 17.2, which is water and waste. Welcome to GM Jake. And Jake, again, noting that the report is there and is as read, but if there's anything changed from when you submitted the report to today, maybe that's where we highlight.
Nothing changed since submitted, Mr Mayor. Happy to take the report as read and any questions that Council might have.
Thank you, Jake. Questions, councillors? Councillor Trevor.
Probably not pertaining to the report. I did mention it to Jake before. Just out of Millmerran yesterday, and a few, not a lot, were just saying something regarding the waste facility out there and some of the bins being full. What's the time change, or when are they collected, or whatever is the go?
Generally, if it pertains to things like the recycling bins or those sort of bits and pieces, that they are aggregated as they can be towards the end of the day, every day, into a larger bin and then taken away by our contractors to transport them, aggregate again, and then transport out to the facility at the Sunshine Coast. However, it just depends on runs and operators and time of use. So if the smaller bins are empty or full, rather, they'll attempt to be emptied on a daily basis into an aggregate. But it just depends on what sort of happens with patronage of those facilities.
Thanks for that clarity. Obviously, the Millmerran waste facility is being used very well, which is great to see.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, the motion before us is simply that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. And have someone move that. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. We move then to item 17.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Group. Now, noting that there is a declaration of conflict of interest that we received by Councillor Rebecca, and it was deemed that you could stay in the room in discussion anyway. Not that there's a vote, but in discussion. So we don't need to deal with that separately. So, Mike, again, I'll hand over to you, and if there's anything substantive that's changed from when you wrote the report to when we received it, perhaps focus on those areas, then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. No, there's no further to add to the report. Happy to the Infrastructure Services Group report for August 2025 is tabled.
Thanks very much, Mike. Questions, comments? Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mike, just a quick question in relation to subordinate local law 115. I know we're now online with our application forms. So thank you for that. That went operational in July. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah, great. And so that's sort of phase one. And then could you just give us an update on phase two and the implementation of the rest of...
So that'll see the opportunity for online payment. So that's being added in. So that wasn't available to start off with. So that's the major change. So that'll happen, and that's hopefully on about the start of October. But I'm saying October, just they'll do some commissioning and just making sure it all works properly. And then there's future development of that as time goes on as well.
And just the general feedback that you've had so far?
So far positive, as in no major issues of concern. The focus is more towards how we can streamline our internal processes and keep improving in that space.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Trevor, question?
More of a comment, just in relation to road development concepts, Wellcamp Road Network. The Department of Transport and Main Roads are undertaking a study of the Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road, which Council has now been advised will include the Dubell Road intersection. Great to see some progress. Thank you, Mike.
I'll just mention, I suppose from an update point of view, sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, I've just walked out, finished a meeting with TMR just on that very project. So that's not their only piece of work, but yeah, we're still working through exactly how council will, our part of the scopes are probably a little bit broader than just their focus on Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road. So we've just got to look at how it all works together.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Carroll?
Just looking at the, and I wasn't going to ask this because but looking at the works on road, see the number of times that they've been deemed as incomplete, and that might have something to do, Mike, with the way that it's online and it doesn't proceed if there's a mistake made. Is that having a bearing on that, or is it this just quite normal? Because it's explained to us that, and it would save our staff time, because if it's not complete, then the application won't go forward. Is that anything to do with that, or? Yeah,
so the online system has mandatory fields that need to be filled in properly.
Yep.
And so that has, those boxes and inverted commas have got to be ticked, and the attachments and that have to be there. That said, as we all know, with mandatory on-field fields on online systems, people can still put gibberish in.
Yeah,
So we've just still, it's the validity of the information that's attached, and that has to also be assessed by our officers.
Okay. And do you think it's a matter of, on the whole, education to filling those out, or do you?
Oh yeah, look, the vast majority are fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very small percentage that come through not fulfilling all requirements.
Thank you. And it's time waster if they're not endeavouring to do it right. Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. If there's no further questions or comments, the motion before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group Report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks very much. We then move to item 17.4, which is the Environment Community Services Group Report, and invite GM Nick to come forward again. Nick, if there's things that have changed since the report was written, perhaps focus on that first, then we'll go to questions, of which there was one on notice earlier today that we'll get to. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Mayor, I'm happy to move to questions, take the report as read.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor. Two, if I might. The first is I'll begin with a bouquet, which is to say thank you very much, General Manager Nick, first of all for the report, but in particular for attachment 2, which is a list there of the applications lodged under subordinate local laws number 1.12 and 1.14. That's really wonderful. We are very grateful for that because we're following suit with what we did with 115. So that's great. That's great for the community. And in line with what was just raised by Councillor Farquhar to the General Manager of Infrastructure Services Group, and you might have to take this one on notice, but is there work being done that we can piggyback from that work about the online applications and online payments?
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Yes, absolutely. There'll be work that's being done that we can piggyback on and take advantage of the learnings through that additional process. Probably by way of further update, I have in my hands both process improvements document and also the project plan that the team's put together just in recent times. I think the report references that we're putting those together. I received those late last week, I think. So work's happening. There's a dedicated office up that's leading all of that work in the ERS team. So I look forward to providing updates around that. The next stage will be to have a good look at the resource plan and see what the program requires and if there's a need to allocate resources.
Outstanding, thank you. And what is already starting to trickle back from the community, even from the engagement process, is really positive. So thank you very much for that, General Manager. My second question I flagged with you yesterday on notice, Nick, and it's just if we go to our park strategy, and actually this morning councillors referred to the open space strategy that council has, and the question that's been asked of councillors recently is in regard to if council has a formal strategy or policy that distinguishes bushland parks from recreational parks, either within the planning scheme or the parks management framework. And if you could just talk to us a little bit about that, because there's concern that if there isn't a delineation, developers are proposing bushland parks and that these aren't being adopted by council. And again, do we have the operational budget that's hindering here? Just if you could give us some information, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the advance notice. It gave me an opportunity to collect my thoughts, and I've actually written some notes which I might read from so that I don't omit anything, because it's not necessarily an overly complex area, but there's quite a lot to wrap your head around to understand. So first of all, yes, we do have a delineation between bushland parks and recreation parks and sports parks. And in terms of our strategy, council's strategies and endorsed positions are consistent across a number of documents, and they inform our approach. So you mentioned the open space strategy, the Toowoomba Region Open Space Strategy, and it's also supported by and informs the local government infrastructure plan, which is enshrined within the Planning Act. So it gives us a head of power around provision of park infrastructure. That LGIP informs what is trunk and what is not trunk infrastructure. Trunk infrastructure is important because it identifies the minimum infrastructure requirements that council will provide to service new development. Bushland parks are not trunk, and that we take our advice and definitions out of the Planning Act, what can and what cannot be trunk. Trunk parks are are local district and regional recreation parks, and also district and regional sports parks. So they're enshrined in the LGIP as trunk. Each park typology has a desired standard of service, and it includes criteria like the topology, the flood immunity, percentage of road frontages, minimum sizes, and also accessibility radius. Recent examples and the suggestion of retaining bushland parks through the development process, which I think is what's the inquiry that you've received this morning and recently, those the retention of those types of parks wasn't supported in the parks officer level because trunk park was not required in those developments. Our local government infrastructure planning identified parks that are required, including existing parks, and that area was well serviced within the existing accessibility catchments. Accepting the park would have resulted in oversupply and inconsistency with our planned infrastructure in the LGIP, and there's also a question of potential conversion application on behalf of the developer in that situation as well. It's also reasonable to say, I think, the ecological values of such small parcels of those vegetated areas is open to debate. I agree, yes, habitat is retained to support some urban fauna, such as birds, insects, reptiles and the like, but it wouldn't be appropriate koala habitat, for example, and it's certainly, given its surrounding residential uses, and it's certainly not part of a wildlife corridor. So the ecological values are somewhat restrained, and I think our efforts are better directed to development of wildlife corridors that do retain greater ecological values and supporting the development of those.
Thank you. Councillor Trevor, you got a question?
Yes, I do. Through you to GM Nick. Just an update. At the August meeting, I asked about the Millmerran pool because it had a severe leak. Any updates on the progress of that, and are we covered with warranty on that pool issue?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Thanks also for the advance warning of the question. Councillor Trevor, the source of the leak's been identified and we're working to rectify that. Power is due to be restored to the site this week, so the leak affected the power supply. After the power is restored, we'll recommission the pool plant, and that has to happen in a coordinated sequence so that we don't damage the pumps and the like. So it'll take a few days to recommission the plant there, and then after that we need to get the pool water quality up to the Queensland Health Guidelines. So there's a week or two to go. We'd been hoping to be open in time for school holidays, which commence at the end of this week. We're not going to be open by this weekend. We're certainly hoping to be open by the long weekend in October, which is a couple of weeks away.
Are the pool builders going to come to the party regarding, is that an issue with them, or was it us or them? Or?
They're working collaboratively with us at this stage. The source of the failure was a faulty sensor, and also some implications with the design and layout of return water infrastructure and the like. So they're working with us collaboratively, which is good.
Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, GM Nick. Just a question. I've had a bit of feedback. A few members of the community get in touch with me in relation to our volunteer management strategy. I was just wondering if you could give us all an update on where we're at with that, please.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Thanks for the opportunity. Yes, we've committed to the development of a volunteer management strategy. That was included in last year's operational plan. When that came to you for the end of year closeout, you'll have noted that we were behind schedule on delivery of that volunteer management strategy, and that's largely due to some extended staff absences of some key people. But and now there's been some recent changes to child safety legislation, which we also need to take into account before finalising that. We've received a state of volunteering in the region report through a partnership with the University of Southern Queensland. So they've assisted with us with that, and they've done some baselining. So we're now assessing the findings of that report before we move to finalise the volunteer management strategy. I understand there's been some concerns around the code of conduct and the volunteer handbook, and mentions of volunteers and engagements with councillors, and some misinterpretations around that. So it's important to clarify that those requirements within the code of conduct and the volunteer handbook, they say volunteers absolutely have constituents' rights to access councillors and talk to you about concerns that may be affecting them. However, what it does try to address is that issues associated with the administration of programs in which the volunteers are involved should be escalated through the normal administration processes, through the volunteer supervisors and so on and so forth, all the way through to myself or the CEO. Volunteers shouldn't be coming to you around decisions made by management in relation to delivery of business as usual activities. So that's what's intended to address.
Thank you. And I'm glad you raised that because that's where the concerns are that have been raised with me is that volunteers cannot speak to councillors and raise concerns. So thank you for clarifying that, Chairman Nick.
Well, it's an interesting area, volunteerism, and there's so much so that the Queensland Government or the Legislative Assembly had the inquiry into volunteering that we participated in Dalby a couple of months ago. Chinchilla, was it? Dalby, a couple of months ago, and it's I've been everywhere many times. Yeah. It's one of those things, and the report is actually coming back to the Legislative Assembly. It's supposed to be the findings of that on the 18th of September. So I'd suggest, Nick, that there might be some overarching things that all local governments will pick up on in regard to that as well. Because the feedback we heard, certainly from that inquiry, there was a lot of legislation that was required, and therefore our teams would actually be going via that as well. So there's this crossover which we often get. So I guess I just make that comment to Councillor Edwina that that's happening from a state level. 18th of September, actually this week, it's supposed to be due. So we'll see what happens there. Any other questions for Nick, other than mine? No. Tartan Track, the $1 million committed by the Treasurer for UniSQ, or USQ, University of Southern Queensland, given that we have a master plan approved for the Toowoomba Region Sports Park and the Tartan Track was elevated from stage 7 to stage 2, where, from your professional opinion, Nick, and you undoubtedly would have had conversations with your team in regard to this, and I guess it's a conversation I'd like us to have in this session to give clarity for the community about the process of where we go from here. So can you give some thoughts to councillors in regard to feedback, what you're thinking or suggestions going forward?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, and look, it's certainly any announcement of funding for our regions great to receive, but it certainly forces a rethink around the Charlton Sports Precinct, Toowoomba Region Sports Park, and you've rightly outlined the fact that we addressed and reprioritised our master plan and brought forward the delivery of a synthetic athletics track. So we need to rethink that. We'd prioritised funding in this financial year for the design of a synthetic athletics track that we now place on pause. I've had the opportunity to have conversation with counterparts at UniSQ, as has the CEO, so we're involved in conversations there. I've certainly offered my services and knowledge and support in the background of this to assist them through their process if they think it's of advantage and appropriate to them. As recently as yesterday, we had our internal project board meeting around the Toowoomba Region Sports Park, and we're of a view at this early stage that there's probably not demand in Toowoomba for 2 public synthetic athletics tracks. So if UniSQ is going to construct one, I don't think the demand would exist there for us to construct another one at the Toowoomba Region Sports Park. But what we agreed to do was to get out and have some further in-depth conversation with stakeholders around how a grass facility either at O'Quinn Street or somewhere else might operate and complement and supplement what happens at the UniSQ. So understanding how 2 facilities would operate, because I suspect that there will be a fair bit of demand for that synthetic athletics track and probably need to be supplemented by something else. So understanding what council's role is in providing what would then be that second tier athletics facility, we need to do a little bit of work to understand.
I guess I raised it, Nick, and not knowing what the answers may be, because the master plan would come back to council for review, so there's a whole process. But just to give clarity to the users who are so excited about synthetic track, as we all are, coming to our region, and what potential role council would play in this at that stage. So, Councillor Edwina?
I'd just like to support that, Mayor, and also to Nick, if you're looking at O'Quinn as a tier 2 or a second grass oval and upgrading that, just to keep in mind all the throwing facilities too, and the long jump pits, because they're not up, I wouldn't say not up to scratch, but they're willing, like there's some improvement that can be made on those at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll? Question?
Part of a big catchment, Spring Creek, coming through there, and Gog Street, so there's a lot of water damage and water to deal with coming through there in a flood.
So the reason I asked the question was not necessarily to try and find a solution, but it was just since that announcement's happened, we hadn't had a chance to actually converse, and therefore this was delayed on the table to say the team is aware of it, we need to work through that and get the best benefit for our region, for our community. And we're grateful for the funds and grateful that the University of Southern Queensland's accepted that, and they may well be, and they will be, the owner and maintainer of that facility, and it's not on our or the community's asset register or balance sheet, which is a benefit for our community. So that aside, Nick, thank you for your information. Do appreciate that. Any other questions for Nick? If not, the motion before us is that the Environment and Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, corporate service. Thank you, Nick. Corporate services. So we're going to bring it home here, Anne-Marie. Welcome to General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson. This is corporate services. Again, Anne-Marie, if there's something different or added to what you've had and you wanted to mention, do so. Otherwise, we can go to questions.
Absolutely happy to go to questions.
Okay. Any questions, councillors? If not, the motion before us is the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Bill. Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Any reason to go into debate? If not, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. That concludes the September meeting of council. And of course, we look forward to getting to as many of those 80 different activities that are happening between now and the end of Carnival, the first weekend in October, and look forward with great anticipation for this Saturday for the freedom of entry of the city at 9 a.m. Saturday morning, followed by the Grand Central Floral Parade at 10 o'clock. Good afternoon. Thank you.